Is ready? No worries. I declare open this public hearing of the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in relation to its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and I pass on my respects to the elders past and present. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the subcommittee. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Civil Society Coalition on WPS to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Thank you. I'm Lidmilla Quitko. I'm the co-chair of the Australian Civil Society Coalition for Women, Peace and Security, which I'll abbreviate to WPS Coalition. Thank you.
Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament.
There is a person online as well.
Yep.
And my co-chair is here as well.
The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zapier, the chair of the committee.
Good morning, Claire Clutterham, member for Stamp in South Australia.
Shane Inman, member for Blair in South East Queensland.
Good to meet you. And can I introduce my co-chair, Michelle, who is joining us online?
Online, I can see her. Hi, Michelle. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi, and I'm Michelle Hischel, and I'm a co-chair of the Australian Civil Society Coalition on Women, Peace and Security.
Thank you. Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Sorry, I can see someone else online with us as well.
Senator Darman, Lisa Darman. She's one of our senators. Hi, Lisa. From Victoria. From Victoria. And you can hear us okay, and we can hear you? Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I'll just begin by saying the Coalition acknowledges Australia's First Nations people as the traditional owners and custodians of this land and pays respects to elders past, present and emerging around Australia. The Australian Civil Society Coalition for Women, Peace and Security, the WPS Coalition, welcomes the opportunity to make a submission to this inquiry into gender equality as a national and economic security imperative. The Coalition is a non-partisan and independent coalition of civil society organisations, networks and individuals working to advance women, peace and security, WPS, in Australia, regionally and globally. And we bring together activists, feminists, practitioners, humanitarian actors and members with wide-ranging expertise in gender, peace and security and first-hand experience work on frontline issues relating to WPS. Our submission argues that gender equality is fundamental to Australia's national and economic security and makes a crucial contribution to conflict prevention and community cohesion domestically, regionally and globally. From a WPS perspective, gender equality is not a peripheral social objective, it's a core pillar of sustainable peace and conflict prevention and is based on a broader understanding of human security and economic security. Societies that support women's leadership and uphold women's rights are better able to prevent conflict, respond effectively to crises and sustain peace and economic stability. For Australia, embedding WPS as a core human security framework across foreign policy, defence and national security enables earlier, more effective responses to emerging crises and strengthens Australia's credibility as a country committed to stability and prevention. Australia has played a critical role in promoting gender equality and the WPS agenda over the past 25 years, although it needs to elevate this leadership in a challenging geopolitical environment where women's rights are under attack and progress on gender equality globally is stagnating. The current global context provides an urgency and key opportunity to commit to strengthening implementation of gender equality and WPS across the domestic international continuum in partnership with civil society and to ensure coherence across foreign policy, defence and national security objectives. Our recommendations include strengthening of Australia's second National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, ensuring coherence across foreign policy, defence, national security and economic policy, embedding gender equality across national security and foreign policy, recognising that gender inequality as a driver of instability and economic insecurity, and appropriately resourcing Australia's new international gender equality strategy. Third, increasing investment in locally led feminist leadership and peace building, including sustained support for women-led organisations and coalitions contributing to social cohesion, resilience and conflict prevention. Fourth, formalising civil society engagement in security decision-making, including structured consultations with women's organisations, frontline practitioners and conflict-affected communities. And finally, importantly, improving monitoring and evaluation and accountability of the WPS implementation using evidence-based indicators to inform policy, strengthen transparency and support continuous learning. Thank you. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ms Quitco. I'll kick off with this question because it seems to be a common theme from a number of the submissions that we've had, and that is, and I'm generalising what you said, that women's leadership prevents conflict and strengthens social cohesion and so on. What evidence do you have to make that statement, and can you give us some examples of where that has occurred and we have actually been able to, you might say, quantify the difference it's made?
Certainly. And I might hand this over to Michelle to start, and then I'll pick up in some more detail as well. Michelle, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, look, just to say, I mean, there is widespread evidence that, gender equality is a core pillar of sustainable peace and conflict prevention. One example, I mean, the 2025 Women, Peace and Security Index shows that countries in the Indo-Pacific with lower women's participation in peace and governance face higher rates of conflict relapse and social instability. And we reference a number of sources in our submission, but I mean, gender equality is very much seen as like it's a number one predictor of peace, but gender inequality is also a strong predictor of the onset of civil unrest. I guess for this reason, we see it as fundamental to Australia's national security and economic resilience. There are many initiatives, and we have referenced some of those in our submissions of locally led initiatives in the Pacific, in Southeast Asia, where investment in women's leadership is actually delivering very clear outcomes around early warning for both crisis and conflict. It's strengthening things like humanitarian coordination and peace building outcomes. We can, if you'd like to know more about some of those things, I can just share with you an example of some work that ActionAid, which is the organisation I work for, has done as part of the Shifting the Power Coalition on early warning. And we do reference this in our submission. And that has actually found that every dollar invested in women's leadership in early warning has delivered or saved $4.40 in humanitarian losses. So there is clear evidence that this the investment in women's leadership does really support more sustainable peace and stability outcomes. But Ludmilla, you might like to elaborate further.
Yes, I think also the other area that we really need to pick up on is the area of women, peace and security and mediation in terms of looking at the preventative aspect in particular of how women's leadership has played such a powerful role globally in different situations where women have been part of the leadership and actually participated in peace negotiations. Sadly, unfortunately, we can report that that does not happen with enough frequency, and I think you can see there many examples of that in our contemporary situation. But in cases where women have participated, there has been evidence that there are more sustainable resolutions, more sustainable peace agreements, and that these have a long-lasting and significant contribution to stability as well as to community cohesion. So I think there's, as Michelle has said here, the Women's Peace Index has also been demonstrating this need to look at high rates of peace governance and the fact that we see conflict relapse and social instability if women are not involved in decision making, if women do not participate in leadership roles in framing the peace and addressing the conflict from the outset. As we have said in our examples and in our paper as well, there have also been some important examples in Myanmar, for example, in Myanmar feminist civil society, playing a very critical role in documenting some of the human rights abuses, coordinating the humanitarian support, and providing safe spaces for displaced people, sustaining that community resilience even under quite repressive conditions, which I'm sure you're aware of in terms of the conflict in Myanmar as well. We're happy to provide other examples and details from our paper if we wanted to go on to that aspect. I think also this is an area where we could raise the whole issue of climate as part, and environment as also part of the concerns that we need to look at in our region in particular. We've just participated in a major international conference in Melbourne, the Women Deliver Conference, where one of the key areas of concern and activity and leadership has been from women from our Pacific region, as well as our own Indigenous communities, in highlighting the critical issues that come from recognising the power and role that women play in terms of not only early warning systems, in terms of conflict issues and the community stability with relation to environment and climate issues, but also the critical role that women play in leadership, in bringing that civil society perspective together, in working towards addressing the kinds of conflicts and instability that can be created in a climate and environment situation. Michelle, perhaps you wanted to add something, because there were some really excellent examples that we could draw on from Women Deliver as well as other areas on the climate perspective.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to speak on the climate perspective. ActionAid has done extensive research with Monash University around climate change. We recognise it as the biggest security threat to our region, as indicated by the Pacific Islands Forum and the ministers from the region. One of the things that research has evidenced, obviously, is the persistent impacts of climate change on actually women's human security, with growing rates of violence against women, increasing unpaid care work, exclusion of women from key decision-making platforms. But also what our work with Monash University highlighted was, if we are to look at this issue as a national security threat, we need to look at 4 important investments. One is increasing women's representation across decision-making at all levels, because there is sort of widespread exclusion or marginal representation of women into key decision-making spaces. A second one is around resourcing women's organisations and networks, because they are the best. They're on the ground with the local connections, local networks, local expertise, but we need to find ways to resource them to be able to respond to some of those growing impacts. A third area that was found from the research was the need to recognise and put greater attention to the knowledge that both women bring through their traditional gender roles, but also their Indigenous knowledge, and the contribution that can make to addressing sort of climate insecurity. And of course, a fourth one, which is sort of this investment in efforts to address the underlying, inequalities facing and sort of harmful gender norms that face women and girls around the world. So it also speaks to the need for targeted investment in gender equality.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll stop there.
I'll go to Shane and then to Claire. Shane?
Can you expand, Michelle, a bit more on the marginal representation in key decision-making places that you just referred to in terms of the role of women?
Yeah, sure. This is something we see across the board. Australia actually does incredibly well in this area in terms of its representation in different global and regional spaces, and has put attention to it. But the majority of countries around the world don't give the same attention. We definitely see, when ministers of climate change meet, there is a very little representation from women in those spaces. That is a particular issue in our region, where we have some of the worst rates of women's representation in public decision making. I mean, if I just take Vanuatu, where we work extensively, there's only one woman in the National Parliament. And we see persistently throughout all levels of governance, whether it's global, regional, national or provincial, and particularly in our region of the Pacific, women are underrepresented at all levels. And as a result of that, what we see is that the policies and the plans that are adopted fail to account for the different needs of women in times of climate insecurity, in times of disasters, in times of conflict. And so those plans fail to prioritise the specific needs of women, and they fail to fund and resource those needs adequately. And so that's why it's critical that we do, start to give more attention. I mean, there's important roles that are already being played by the Australian government through investments under DFAT that are trying to rectify this area. However, we need to look at it across the board, and I think this is really part of our recommendation around policy coherence. How do we make sure some of the things we're doing, for example, in the aid program, are also reflected across the board in Australia's defence and security approach?
In the interest of time, I'll ask only one more question. That is, you say on page 2 that Australia should reposition itself as a global and regional peacemaker rather than a strategic military partner. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you for that
Would you like
question.
me to jump in? Oh, sorry, Ludmilla.
I'll just respond to that, because I wanted to explain the context of where that comes from, and I think it's a really important message that needs to be sort of sent as more broadly as well. One of the pieces of work that the Coalition has done has been to undertake Australia-wide consultations, as well as work in the Asia-Pacific region, on what is the understanding of peace and security to diverse women in Australia. And this was one of the 5 key priority areas that was identified across our consultations. And it really speaks to this point of coherence in terms of the policy across the whole agenda, across foreign policy, across defence, across diplomacy. How do we bring that together and connect it in a meaningful way to what happens domestically in Australia as well? So we're asking for policy coherence. One of the areas, just really briefly, which connects to this peace perspective, being a world leader in global diplomacy, peace building and mediation, is to actually look at what happens at home as well. How do we connect domestic peace building? How do we look at what takes place in terms of violence in our own communities and address that in terms of a community resilience and stability framework as well? And how do we, it's not just enough to, for example, sit on the UN Commission for Peace Building. How do we actually move that forward with resources? How do we participate in a meaningful and structural way when we're implementing the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan, where we have coherence across the implementation with the agencies that participate? And more broadly, how does that coherence engage in a meaningful way with our communities, with our diverse communities, to look at building a peace-building continuum between what's taking place in Australia and what takes place in our region, and building on that internationally as well. And I'll just jump back to Michelle here as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I would say the Coalition has been alarmed to see, for example, the Trump administration create a Department of War, to see military spending globally now reaching $2.9 trillion US, with every country in the world increasing its spending on military investment. At the same time, we are seeing growing conflict and instability, which we know is having a huge impact on gender inequality and everything from increasing conflict-related sexual violence, mass displacement where women and children are overrepresented, and of course, women continuing to be shut out of peace building and conflict resolution efforts, or also marginally represented. And so I think we feel there's a great opportunity for Australia to reimagine its role. I mean, we don't have a Department for Peace, but how can, within our existing structures, how can we think about how we, reprioritise both resources and priorities to see ourselves as a global and regional leader in this space. It's a tremendous opportunity and definitely one that's needed in the world right now. And I think some of the ways of thinking about that are around funding. We know from the latest budget figures that Australia's defence spend is 10 times that of our development spend, and that's set to increase over the coming years. Also, within our aid budget, even the focus on targeted investment in gender equality and women, peace and security is also relatively small compared to other investments. Our Indo-Pacific Gender Equality Fund is 66 million Australian dollars, and our women, peace and security investment is within that. So, I mean, I think that's, one of the ways. I think as we think about coherence, also how do we have a more coherent approach to engaging with civil society, and particularly women's rights organisations, who are in conflict settings or crisis settings, because I think there's a lot they can contribute to how Australia thinks about its response to crisis and conflict. I think an opportunity to think about how do we, rebalance our priorities and our resources to be a leader in this area.
Okay. Claire.
Thanks, Chair. I have a few questions. The first one is just under the theme of women's seat at the table. So I think both of you have suggested that women are not represented or underrepresented when it comes to, I guess, peace building kind of activities in a leadership sense. And then in the post-conflict peace negotiation stage, women are also regularly excluded. Why is that? Is it women can't get there because they are, they can't travel safely, or they're looking after children, or, whatever? Or do men who are in leadership positions not want them there, not value their contributions? That's the first part of the question. The second part, we have heard evidence from other witnesses about women's participation in peace negotiations, and when that happens, peace agreements have a better chance of lasting. They're more sustainable, more practical. And I wonder what your observations were about what is it about women's negotiations style, or what do they bring to the table that means that those agreements are more sustainable?
I think we started there as well, actually, so it's really interesting to see us come around in a circle, in a sense, about why there's more sustainability and resilience in terms of those peace negotiations. I think it's really critical to think about a different understanding, or an understanding of security which embraces a broader understanding with respect to human security, where we're looking at security from a perspective of understanding what the role of women and men are in their different capacities in community and in the conflict, but also pre-conflict, and what that means. What does it mean to participate in a peace negotiation and in those situations, when one of the pillars of the Women, Peace and Security agenda is participation? But that's also what kind of participation are we really talking about? Are we talking about tokenistic efforts of being able to sit at the table, but actually having genuine, meaningful participation that helps inform decision-making in a critical way? That is a real test and a challenge in so many situations pre-conflict, as well as during the conflict negotiations. We only need to look at, for example, some of the lack of not just women but local nation representatives in the current so-called peace negotiations that are going on, for example, across the Middle East, to see that as a critical example of why those kinds of peace negotiations don't work and clearly are not holding in that situation. I think the other really important message here is women's lived experience in their communities, their connections to communities are not the same kinds of connections and experiences that the formal negotiations, for example, the negotiators that go in as state negotiators representing countries, they don't bring that lived experience, that understanding of what community interaction is about in the same way. If that is not there from the outset, because one of the other really key principles of the Women, Peace and Security agenda is conflict prevention. If we're not coming from that conflict prevention perspective, the human security perspective, the perspective that enables engagement from community, from different parts of community, we are in fact not getting a holistic picture of what is taking place in that community, how things can change, what are meaningful ways that that change can move forward. So the kind of sustainability of decisions, agreements that are made are not as sustainable with the kind of track record that we've seen through other mediation experience. I'm going to hand over to Michelle as well for some quick comments, because I think we're getting close.
Michelle, if you can be brief, because I want to give Senator Lisa Darman an opportunity to ask questions.
Okay. Look, I would just say, I mean, I think the big barriers are that it is not systematically, our commitment to women's representation in peace building is not systematically adhered to. And it's often an afterthought. I think there's no accountability to the commitments that have been made under the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And I mean, there are some great initiatives through the AID program, the Southeast Asian Women Mediators Network, the Pacific Women Mediators Network as well, both of which are trying to deepen women's capability and capacity to engage in peace negotiations. I think it's critical that we continue to have investments in capacity building, capacity strengthening and engagement, alongside looking at how do we address the lack of accountability for ensuring women are at the table.
Thank you.
Lisa, can you hear us? And if so, do you have a question?
I can, thank you. Just very quickly, and I think in Miss Quitco, I think that's how you think in the room. You touched on it a minute ago. It was just about prevention as part of, our thinking around a framework. So I think what you said was that prevention was important to enable sustainability of decisions around development of peace agreements and the like. I just wanted to check if that's right, if I heard that correctly, and whether you could talk a bit more about this prevention as part of the framework concept, please.
Yeah, just checking that we're okay on time at the moment. Yeah, because I just want to frame what the Women, Peace and Security agenda is about. It's got 4 key elements. One of the key elements is conflict prevention. The other is participation. The other is protection, and the other is post-conflict situations, conflict support. What often happens in the peace and security space is that the focus is on protection, and that's been a really strong and long supported, particularly if we're looking at conflict situations. What happens less well is the aspect of addressing conflict prevention, looking at what needs to be put in place before the conflict becomes a situation where there is terrible danger to people, violence and displacement. And this is one of the areas that we really want to emphasise and suggest that there really needs to be investment put into building the capacity to build communities, resilience, to build the opportunities for social cohesion in advance of the conflict flaring up. That involves the opportunities for creating women-led interventions, supporting the kind of work that we see throughout some of the funded projects that Australia is supporting across the Pacific, supporting the work that's being done under the mediation programs, for example, but also thinking about what that means in our own communities. you asked earlier about some of the work that we did in asking women in our own communities in Australia, what does peace and security mean to you? And one of the points that was made there was that not only should we see Australia moving in the global diplomacy peace-building area, but they wanted to talk about enhancing and amplifying the agency of diverse women and girls and diverse people in Australia to position ourselves in advance of conflict, in advance of looking at situations which were conflicting and which challenged social cohesion, for example. So I think there's some ways that we can actually learn from some of the experiences that we've been having internationally as well, and to bring them into what we can learn from our domestic situation to build that coherence, but to strengthen that. And I'll hand it over to Michelle for some comments as well about conflict prevention.
Look, I think you've captured it well, Ludmilla, and I know we're at time. So, I mean, I'd just like to thank you all for the opportunity for us to share some of our thinking around this agenda. It's obviously a critical agenda that's at the core of our work as a coalition. And we do believe that the Women, Peace and Security agenda can be a platform for how we can strengthen looking at gender equality across national security and economic security.
Thank you. Now, Claire, I understand you've got some other questions. Do you want to flag what they are,
yeah,
so that at least it's on the record that these are the issues that you're...
I can do that. The National Defence Strategy was released, I think, probably about a month ago now. And in that document, there's only 2 references to women and girls, and they're in the context of women and girls being disproportionately affected by climate challenges. What does good look like from your perspective about, WPS agenda being embedded in a national defence strategy? And my second question was you indicated that gender inequality is an indicator of civil unrest. What is the measurement for that? Because, we have gender inequality issues here in Australia. Are we looking at civil unrest? Very different situation here compared to across the Indo-Pacific. What's sort of the red flag measurement, as it were, for indicators of civil unrest?
My question straight after that is straight on that very point, is that you talk about the crucial examples of early warning, to pick up Claire's point, but you don't really give any real details in your and today you almost threatened to give us more details, but you haven't. So we really need some details from you, very comprehensive about that issue, because you mentioned it orally as well as in your submission.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
That's for you to come back in,
That's for us to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you want me to give an
No.
analysis of the defence strategy on the spot.
No.
No, thank you. And we really appreciate the opportunity and the great questions, really important for us to put on the agenda and to hear what your thinking is in terms of what are some of the key questions. So we will definitely come back to you. Is that in the form of an additional... you'll let us know. Thank you.
What I was going to say is that, firstly, thank you to both yourself and Michelle for appearing before the committee today. You have been asked to provide some additional information, so if you could forward that to the Secretariat by the 26th of June, that would be much appreciated. And any information that you provide in addition to today will be published on the website as a submission to the inquiry, so it'll be there for everyone to see. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. And again, if you feel you need to make any corrections or adjustments to that, please contact the Secretariat. With that, once again, thank you to both of you for appearing before the committee, and I bring this session to a close.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We really value it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome representatives from the National Women's Alliances and the Australian Multicultural Action Network to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
My name is Darcy Hyland and I'm a Senior Policy Officer at the Working with Women Alliance.
My name is Leah Dwyer. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at YWCA Canberra, which is the auspicing organisation for the Working with Women Alliance.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the committee. Shane Newman to my left, who chairs the head committee under which this subcommittee operates. Claire Clutterham, the member for Sturt, and we have Senator Lisa Darmanin on the line as well. I now invite you to make an opening statement. I believe we're trying to get Mr Krishnamurthy on the line, and when we do, we'll welcome him as well. But if you'd like to make an opening statement, we'll proceed to a discussion.
Okay, I'm happy to make an opening statement for the Alliance. So, good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. The Alliance is based on Ngunnawal country, and we acknowledge that this is Ngunnawal land that was never ceded. My name is Leah Dwyer. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at YWCA Canberra, and I'm here with the Alliance this morning. By way of context, the submission made to this inquiry was a joint effort between all sister alliances, and my colleagues from Women with Disabilities Australia, the Australian Multicultural Women's Alliance, the National Rural Women's Coalition and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliances are unable to be here today. Accordingly, our comments will focus on domestic imperatives arising from gender inequality, namely risks to cohesion and security and responses to climate emergencies. Though women make up half the population, too often our safety and security are siloed from the conceptual policy settings and responses to climate emergencies and national security. Our view, and the view of emerging research, is that gender considerations are central to them. Australia's policy framework for addressing gender-based violence is the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. It commits Australia to ending violence against women and children within a generation. However, we know that in a landscape where services are routinely overwhelmed, a new reality is emerging. Young people are perpetrating or experiencing peer-related violence at unprecedented rates, despite coming in of an age in a time of robust gender equality achievements. Paradoxically, many of these young people came of age in a time of perhaps double income households, marriage equality, paid parental leave, female-dominated legislatures, governments and executives, a female Prime Minister, and significantly a robust public rebuttal of domestic violence. A recent Melbourne University study, however, of boys aged 13 to 17 has indicated that 40% of those boys surveyed believe that women lie about domestic and sexual violence, around 1/5 disagree with the concept of affirmative consent, and around 17% believe feminism should be resisted with violence. Some of this is also reflected in the NCAS survey as well. International and domestic research indicates that such extremist anti-feminist attitudes are the common thread between branches of radicalisation, whether they be grounded on race, class, ethnicity or political identity. Rather than being siloed as a relatively inconsequential component of emerging security imperatives, gender and misogyny are intrinsic to it. Yet our response to violence against women and gender inequality more broadly is not given serious national security considerations. Similar policy gaps exist in relation to climate change and climate emergencies. The gendered impacts of climate-related disaster are not meaningfully integrated into the preparedness or response settings. And data shows that domestic violence can either first emerge during climate emergencies or after, in the face of displacement, economic stress and the breakdown of support. In the months after the 2009 Black Fires, despite emerging need, family violence was not prioritised as a system response, and women were noted to have underplayed their own suffering, withdrawing from services. Further, poor planning, resourcing and testing of evacuation centre operations seen during major flooding in New South Wales meant that vulnerable community members were exposed to an unacceptable level of risk from perpetrators. In both these core policy discussions outlined here, gender considerations are critical to mitigating risk and inequality, and we welcome questions from the committee.
Thank you. We now have on the line Mr Krishnamurthy. Mr Krishnamurthy, for the record, would you please introduce yourself and state in what capacity you appear before the committee, and then I'll also allow you to make an opening statement if you wish.
I think you'll need to see.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ravi Krishnamurthy. I am the President of the Australian Multicultural Action Network. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important inquiry on the gender inequality, which is very prevalent in the community. And through our association, Aman's work with the CAL communities, older Australians, women and people with disability, we notice that every day there is this gender equality, which is not really available for everyone, is directly linked to the safety, economic participation, social cohesion and national resilience as well. And I look forward to sharing practical community-informed recommendations that we have to support the stronger and more inclusive and more secure Australia. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Krishnamurthy. I should have actually, given that I don't know if you could hear us when I opened up the session, advised you that the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, but I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. That giving a false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. And the evidence given today will be recorded by a Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. That's just part of the procedure that we normally go through. All right, I'm going to hand over to Claire for the first question, and then I'll go to Senator Lisa Darmanin.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have two questions. I was quite interested in the perspective that in your submission that women are largely construed as victims who need protections and help rather than being active contributors to national security. How can we change that mindset? Because I do agree that media images we get of conflict often show women in sort of precarious, dangerous situations, needing to be rescued. How can we change that mindset so that women's contributions are seen as valued and worth something at the table?
I'm happy to kick off and then I can pass to Darcy. I think that some of the narratives that we have kind of come across is that gender equality or advancing women in national security is often seen as, I guess, an administrative achievement, that we might have a recruitment process or we have a training process or we're having a convention or something like that, as opposed to the pillar of gender and the pillar of gender equality being centred in gender equality. That's probably one thing that I would have noted in some subs that came past my desk. Intrinsically, I guess what we're trying to argue is that gender equality is the core unifying thread of national security, and it's not just us trying to argue it; it's also demonstrated in research as well. Perhaps Darcy would like to add to that, though.
I think that often when we talk about conflict or disaster emergencies, women are seen as an add-on, and it's the impact that those events have on women rather than integrating them within that. What are they doing actively? How are they leading community? How are they leading recovery? We know that when disaster emergencies happen, that women bear the brunt of that. They take on a lot of unpaid care. They make up the proportion of healthcare sectors, and so I think we don't emphasise that part as women actively being part of those processes. It's more the harms that happen afterwards, and that's why they get that framing of victims rather than actually actively building communities back in a domestic setting and in an international setting as well.
Mm-hmm. So there's actually things there that can already be drawn on to change that mindset.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And my second question was just in relation to your comments, Ms. Dwyer, about the survey that was conducted between, I think, ages of 13 and 17 young men. What was the sample size of the survey? And these ideas that were expressed in the survey, where are they getting them from? Is this you know, the manosphere or whatever it's called in the digital world, or is it broader than that?
So the sample, it was conducted by the University of Melbourne, I believe, last year. The sample size was about 3,300, and from memory, of total respondents, and the sample size of those boys, aged 13 to 17, was a cohort of that. I think it was I believe it was around 600 or so. In terms of where they're getting it from, you know, look, I find it really a great paradox, to be honest, that so many of these young men who would have grown up with the Prime Minister and Julia Gillard are now, you know, part of these surveys where they are demonstrating views that any reasonable person, I think, would have believed were left in the past. You know, obviously social media is an accelerant to radicalisation and, you know, difficulties with social cohesion as well. So it's hard to detach this whole conversation from the reality that is social media, that is the manosphere, that is this almost this kind of like that the gains in gender equality have come at the expense of men, that there is this like zero-sum game equation in it. I feel like we could probably talk for a long time about this. Perhaps you have something more succinct to say, though, Darcy.
Yeah, I think, you know, we know misogyny exists in society more broadly, but in online spaces, it's accelerating it, and it's creating echo chambers. And I think that where young people are looking for community, they're opting for online spaces where they're their algorithms are feeding this content. They could engage with it for 1 second, but it can change their algorithm immediately where they get more radical content. And I think as well, the kind of unique nature of online spaces encourages people to act how they wouldn't in the real world. And then in that young people are so active in their online spaces, they wouldn't act like that in real life, but because so much of their lives are online, it really normalises that, and then it does feed into their relationships in real life. And I think that goes back to our work in women's safety, is that these harms that are online are impacting women and women's ability to participate online, and it's also impacting their safety in the real world who engage with people that hold these views. And I guess from a national security perspective, when we think about how these online spaces radicalise young people, particularly young men, what the impacts that has on women and in a gender-based violence sense is the same kind of thing that from a national security perspective, when you think about counter-terrorism, it's the same issue. One for us is in a social policy context, and in a national security context, it's sort of a different national priority level, but we're dealing with the same kind of threat, I guess it would be my view.
Perhaps just as an extension to the question as well, there was a small survey that was done by the Australian Institute of Criminology a little while ago that looked at the motivations behind people becoming ultimately de-radicalised from manosphere spaces. And I don't really think that any of the findings of that research was particularly surprising, because ultimately what they found was that that young men who had engaged in these like radicalised men's spaces were ultimately motivated to leave because they saw all their friends having a happy life. They saw their friends having girlfriends. They saw their friends like moving on in life. Their friends went to university. And so it was when they ultimately had like a social existence that was outside of, you know, their online space, they actually felt a motivation to leave those spaces. I don't think there's anything necessarily surprising about that, but I guess the reason why it becomes this kind of big mystery is perhaps why we don't see it as a national security concern. We just see it as something that is isolated in the household or within a relationship, when the consequences can be so much bigger than that.
I think Mr. Krishnamurthy has a comment to make on this issue. Mr. Krishnamurthy, did you?
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity again. Women should not have to earn the safety or respect, right? Because protection, dignity, and equal opportunity, these are all basic human rights. That's what I mentioned in my submission as well. And as someone has already mentioned before, harmful social attitudes, we can change. We can start early education in schools about, respect, consent and equality. And there are some TV ads and media, they are promoting this positively these days, which is really good. And mainly teaching boys and young men positive role models and shared responsibility is something that will go for long. And workplaces and institutions, they started implementing equal gender rights as well as the distribution of roles, which is really a good initiative, but I think there is still a long way to go because equal leadership responsibilities and zero tolerance mainly for the harassment or discrimination. This is very, very important. I think this is happening in a lot of public service areas, but private, I think, is still catching up. And once someone has gone through all sorts of problems, mainly for the woman, there needs to be safe reporting system as well in place without judging and giving a full protection in the workplace. And I'm coming from the community, so the community leaders and faith leaders and multicultural organizations, we can openly challenge, this. We are doing it already because gender stereotypes and family violence, we work with a lot of our members on a regular basis because harmful cultural norms is the one mainly silencing the community woman. We have seen that in multicultural communities. So this is what we are mainly raising our voice for. And governments as well equally should invest more into the prevention programs. Before things happen, how we can prevent is very important. And women's safety services are coming up and they are doing a good job now, but we can strengthen it a little bit more. As some of the colleagues here, they mentioned, economic empowerment initiatives, which is very important for the national security as well, for economic growth as well as for the national security. Health is often overlooked because mental health and crisis support is very important in this space as well. So these are all the additional points I just wanted to mention for the first question. Thank you again.
Thanks, Chair.
You're right.
Yeah.
Lisa, if you can hear us, you've got the next questions.
Thank you. There was a bit of a discussion, I think, Ms. Dwyer, in your opening statement about disaster response decision making. I just wondered if you could talk through, in your submission, you recommend that the Australian government strengthen mechanisms for women's representation, leadership and participation in community and disaster response decision making. I wondered if you could talk a bit more about what specific action you would recommend that we would do in this area.
Primarily when we were thinking about the responses to national disasters. So firstly, we thought about the Northern Rivers, and then to reflect on the Black Saturday bushfires as well. So in the Northern Rivers, what we saw was in the preparation of disaster centres or the testing of them, there really was no focus on safety from a gender perspective. And that's where we did see really unacceptable levels of risk, where people who were applicants of protection orders being placed in spaces with their perpetrators, and people who perhaps had antisocial behaviour complexities were also in spaces with vulnerable people. So, and in response to that, there was like a recognition by the New South Wales government that gender ultimately, or that safety from those elements, was not necessarily triaged, and there was no space for separation. So that was the initial kind of discussion that we had. And then with regards to the Black Saturday fires, the surveys and research that came out of that was kind of reflects on what Darcy said earlier, that the roles of women were so distinct but so intrinsic to the community recovery and to the immediate response as well. So whereas the behaviour of men might have been one that was more, I guess, targeted towards what might be seen as an obvious dangerous situation. Women were actually doing the background work. They were setting up the phone trees. They were setting up creches to look after children. They were preparing their homes. They were preparing what was going to happen outside of that. And really what we see is that civil society in these spaces, whether it's the women's shelters in the Northern Rivers who were identifying that this was a serious issue, or it was, the CWA in the bushfire space, that these civil society organisations were really intrinsic to recovery, but they weren't necessarily given, I guess, that legitimacy. So in preparing for a future emergency, where are the women who are in the leadership roles in that preparation? Where are they in the testing of the centre itself? And are we actually empowering and resourcing those groups that really are on the ground, that they are the bread and butter of their community? Are we resourcing them and giving them the skills and the training that they might need were they to face a catastrophic scenario as well? Yeah.
I think. Oh, sorry. I don't have anything.
No, keep going.
I was just going to say, I think as well, when it's having women involved in emergency planning. I think when we think about emergency planning in Australia, it is really masculinized. Even emergency response, I think, is a really masculinized sector. There's sort of a view of the control room, which I think is has maybe military connotations. And even though women are all doing this work within their communities, it isn't actually embedded within our policy frameworks. And I think as well, some of the distinct consequences have particular impacts on women. I think housing is one in particular. We know that older women are more likely to face homelessness, and so when there's climate disasters where there's impact on housing, women often will bear the brunt of that. I also just want to add that none of this is felt equally. It impacts different communities differently. As I said, older women, culturally and linguistically diverse communities. So sort of having consideration of what are the unique risks that women face, and making sure that we're planning for that in advance, not just in terms of emergency planning, but also that long-term planning, and making sure that we are considering gender as part of that.
Maybe if we can just kind of keep thinking about this, if we have a future where climate disasters are more regular or they're recurring, there is a need to kind of think about the impact on the resilience of said community. So where we might be talking about a small rural community, and perhaps there is those very small civil society organisations that really do hold a community together, and are, their community hall is the evacuation point, for example. At some point there is a conversation about the inherent resilience of communities to keep on rebuilding, and I guess there is definitely a space for government to be to acknowledge that and to respond to that as well, in terms of, are we providing small community organisations with the resources, with the grants, with the recognition that they really deserve if they're going to have to keep confronting these recurring disasters.
So I think they're really useful examples, I guess, learning from the New South Wales example, and then, some of the things from Victoria around natural disasters. And I take from what you're saying that these have very much come from civil society and community-led response. Do you have any other examples that you can talk about where those sorts of initiatives from community have positively impacted on Australia's security and crisis response more broadly, I guess, outside of natural disaster?
You're welcome to think about that.
Yeah, maybe we take it on
provide
notice.
some additional
Let's put it on.
information.
Take it on notice.
Take it on notice.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Lisa.
That was it for me, Chair.
Mr. Krishnamurthy, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's right. To answer that question, I would say, COVID is one of the best scenario that we went through for a couple of years in 2021. From the multicultural communities, I can definitely vouch that, there are a lot of families, mainly with the food relief, This is for the wider public, not just for the CAL members. This is for the wider public. We joined together and prepared meals, and then we started delivering it to the needy houses. So we started developing an app, and then we asked them, look, if you need it, you just let us know. And then for about 1.5 years, we tried to support all sorts of families across the region here during that COVID pandemic. So I would say definitely, that's a valuable contribution from us. I would say that, and also making the gender responsive, disaster and climate planning is making it mandatory. Ensuring that women are included from the beginning, from the design phase into the recovery planning, and then community consultation and national resilience, different initiatives and programs. I think that'll take us to a long run, and we can achieve a lot through that one. Because investing in long-term economic empowerment of women, we can do it through the skills recognition and leadership pathways, which is happening partially now, and also for CAL women mainly, the culturally safe empowerment programs. These are all good initiatives that government can further strengthen and invest more into. In my submission, I did mention about establishing some form of a National Gender Equality and Security Council where we bring women together, including the government, defense and community organizations and CAL representatives and different women organizations all together, and then forming some form of a council where everyone can equally represent and share their views to take further. These are all some of the stuff which can be done with the government support. I just want to mention that. Thanks.
Thank you. Shane.
Yeah, thanks very much. I really appreciate your submission. It's very, very good. In my observation experience as federal MP, the women do bear the greatest responsibility with natural disasters. I've seen it in Ipswich and surrounds in 2011, 13 and 22. And certainly when I was a kid in 1974. I'm interested in page 10 where you talk about many women find it difficult to access training and leadership pathways. In local disaster committees, they're often staffed by counsellors as well as police, and people from NEMA, defence and a whole bunch of other things. What do you think about the prospect of a training scheme or funded program in terms of gender equality, particularly for counsellors in that area? I think that's not a bad idea. What do you think?
Do you mean for elected councillors?
Yes, exactly.
Look, I'm sure that if you're proposing a budget initiative that might improve gender equality in regional areas for disaster preparedness, so on the face of it, I'm not sure.
You haven't considered it, but I think it's the next step along from what you say here on page 10.
Yeah.
Okay. I think as well, yes, and also I think that to the point of that women are doing this work ad hoc is having those women as part of that, and I think this goes to how masculinized it can be that a lot of women don't hold up those formal offices, and if there's a way to bridge that gap, whether it's bringing those people together or some
I
sort.
certainly saw the difference when former councillor Cheryl Bromwich was in charge in the Ipswich City Council in one of those disasters. She brought a different perspective. I thought she did a brilliant job, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The other one is that after one of the natural disasters, or some of them, we have increased funding for domestic and family violence services. For example, DVAC, which runs the biggest domestic and family violence centre in Ipswich and Toowoomba, and that covers all the areas south and west of Brisbane. They were funded for additional funding, and they noticed about 60% increase in domestic and family violence after natural disasters. Should we have an ongoing program that links funding in relation to an increase in those types of services to meet those needs, which we would expect would happen after natural disasters? Another budget initiative, but if we are looking at, and a recommendation of the House Economics Committee was to increase funding for a ongoing resilient homes program, surely we should be thinking about looking at an ongoing program that deals with funding for domestic and family violence services, which would expect there
Yeah.
would be a rise. What do you think about that?
Look, on the face of it, I think that is like a very reasonable proposal. My initial response would be these are services that should be funded to meet demand outside of disaster periods as well. I think the
I'm
really...
I'm not talking about not funding ongoing. I'm talking
Yeah.
about topping up.
Yeah,
an expectation.
No, like, on the face of it, where there is a disaster, we do know that domestic violence can emerge, sometimes for the first time in a relationship that never had physical or emotional violence in it. So obviously, ensuring that the services that surround that area are resourced to meet that demand is, a very intuitive response. What some of the surveys that were conducted after the Black Saturday bushfires, for example, women were... while there was an escalation in violence, there was also this response by women that internalised their own need and their own emotions at that time. And because of the catastrophe that was at hand, the bad behaviour was in surveys was seen to be, I guess, like minimised. Like, well, everyone was stressed, everyone was having a bad time, so the violence that I experienced wasn't, I didn't need to go and complain to someone about it. So yes, we know that violence increases. Yes, we think that those services should be resourced to meet that demand, but also there needs to be an acknowledgement that we can meet people where they're at as well. And when someone lives through that kind of catastrophe, that they might actually be internalising that and realising that, maybe my needs aren't the biggest needs at the moment. That is also something that we need to overcome as well in that moment. Yeah.
My final question relates to page 9, where you talk about women bearing the largest share of unpaid care and domestic work in the context of natural disasters. Have you looked at the Australian government disaster recovery payment and the disaster recovery allowance from a feminist perspective? We haven't increased those for years, but think about this. $1,000 for individuals, eligible individuals, and $400 for children. Why isn't a child being paid $1,000 as well? Because that extra money would go a long way towards helping women in particular in those circumstances. Secondly, the disaster recovery allowance talks about short-term income support payment for employees, primary producers and sole traders who experience a direct loss. And everything we talk about in the disaster recovery, it's got a sort of male lens over it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's all about almost the concept that the male's the sort of primary producer, the male's the primary employee, etc.
Yeah.
If we thought about that, there is no focus on, to use your expression, unpaid care and domestic work in any of these disaster recovery payments.
Yeah.
None.
That is not something that we looked at before with the disaster
and get back
recovery
to us.
payment. So I'm very happy to take that back to...
From a feminist perspective, there is no consideration for unpaid or domestic work and the impact on women in particular who bear the greater responsibility in disaster.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. We've got time for one more question, and I'm going to ask it to the Multicultural Action Network group. Mr. Krishna, my question is this. You recommend the formation of a National Gender and Security Council in your submission. Could you tell us a bit more about what the purpose of that would be, the membership and the remit of the council?
As I have stated before, at the moment, women in a good leadership is not equally proportionate. Mainly from the CALD perspective, I think one of the senators has mentioned about the disaster recovery payment related information for us to check. There need to be some form of guidance in the council level where women can represent and they can promote for public speaking confidence, because many of the CALD women, they are not good in doing it because my English is not good. So if I come and speak in public, then I may be judged, right? And overall governance knowledge of the whole system is a bit fragile at the moment for them. We are discussing here about the disaster payment. The senator has mentioned about $1,000 for women and $400 for children, which none of us, I think, we are well aware of it. And from the CAL perspective, they have no idea such payment, it really exists there, right? And understanding all these different government system, it's very hard because we have information, it's available all over the place, and the language barrier is topping up the major issue here. So upskilling women on all these areas, creating the council will definitely improve the economic growth as well as the security of overall, the country as in the nation level. And policy engagement skills at the moment is not very prevalent in the CAL movement. There are some leaders who are there in different public service areas and all that, but I know the government is working on giving more importance for CAL-related women's leadership, but there is still a long way to achieve that. Media and advocacy capability for them is again less. There is a lot of comparison happening in the APSC where they do mention that, for example, an ACS B1 or a B2 getting a salary, comparing a salary between men and women, there is a major difference there, a lot of differences there, because men naturally are good in negotiating and finding all this. So these are all the things that can be done if we can bring up a council where the government, defense, and mainly CAL women, and in general more women representing the council. That will empower the community as well as the government nationwide.
Have you given any thought to how the council would be constituted and who would be on it?
Overall, when I discussed within my multicultural action network, so why can't government can do this sort of a thing is what we discussed, and part of it should come from the government as well as from the community organizations. Defense, when we talk about the security of the country, I think women from the defense organization, they can be a member. These are all the things that we have mentioned in our submission, but how much this can be done in a government level, we aren't sure.
Okay. All right. Well,
and just sorry about that. I just wanted to add one more. There are a lot of committees and councils, different federal departments, they manage it. For example, DSS is doing Parents and Carers Reference Group, and Tax Office has got all different committees, and I'm one of that individual stewardship committee where I represent the multicultural perspective of taxation reforms and things like that. In the same way, that is where we came from, and then said, look, if there is a council or a committee, something can be created, including all different types of women from different backgrounds, from government, from community, and from defense, all put together. I think that will definitely strengthen the whole process.
Mr. Krishnamurthy, thank you for that. And to all of you, thank you for coming today. If you've been asked to provide some additional information, I think there was a question or two that you might have to come back to us on. If you could please provide that by the 26th of June, that would be appreciated. And please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. Again, if you feel you need to make any adjustments or corrections to that, please contact the Secretariat. With that, I now suspend the committee's hearing for 15 minutes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and the official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from the Australian National University and the Global Institute for Women's Leadership to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, I'm Dr. Elise Stevenson. I'm the Deputy Director of the Global Institute for Women's Leadership at the Australian National University.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Esperanza Martinez. I am Professor and Head of Health and Human Security at the Australian National University.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence as a serious matter may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zapier, the Chair of the committee. To my right, Claire.
Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt in South Australia.
To my,
Shane, you're a member for Blair in South East Queensland.
thank you. And do we have Senator Lisa Darmanin still with us? Lisa, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yes. Hello, Senator Darmanin from Victoria.
Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll proceed to a discussion. So I don't know who wants to go first or who wants to do that.
So, thank you very much for the invitation to appear today. From the perspective of human security and humanitarian action, gender equality is not only a human right or a social policy issue. It is also a strategic investment in societal resilience, economic stability, and national and regional security. The evidence is clear. Societies where women participate meaningfully in economic life, decision-making, peace-building, and community leadership are generally more stable and better able to prevent, respond to, and recover from shocks. In the Indo-Pacific, many countries are simultaneously facing climate stressors, disaster risk, economic threats, and growing geopolitical uncertainty, making inclusive participation and leadership increasingly important. Local communities, including women-led initiatives and community networks, are often the first responders in crisis and among the most effective and trusted actors. But despite this, globally, only a very small proportion of international humanitarian assistance reaches local and national organizations directly. In 2024, this was less than 4%. At the time when humanitarian needs are increasing globally, when development and humanitarian financing is under growing pressure, and when several sustainable development goals are off track, Australia must continue to support locally led development and conflict and gender responsive programming. At the same time, Australia must continue to engage regionally and multilaterally to uphold international norms and legal protections that are increasingly under pressure. Ultimately, advancing gender equality serves Australia's long-term national interest and supports a more secure, prosperous, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. Dr. Stevenson, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you so much. From the perspective of the Global Institute for Women's Leadership, there are several interrelated gender equality issues and responsibilities for Australia when it comes to national security and economic imperatives. I will make the comment that I've heard from several members of the public and researchers that the timing of this parliamentary inquiry was not ideal over Christmas in terms of being able to address and provide the most thorough input, so I would like to make that caveat. We've done a lot of work on these topics, though, and since then have written some significant analyses of national security and defence and foreign affairs policy, including most recently for the National Foundation for Australian Women. Amongst some of the priorities I would reinforce is the representation of women and of gender equality within our national security and foreign affairs workforces, but also in the topics that we prosecute internationally. Critically, I would reinforce the points made by my colleague that gender equality is bound up in the security of states across almost every measure that we can see and analyse out there, and the global data set is very, very comprehensive on this, so it must remain a priority for Australia. And how we define national security also must shift. To speak to some of the primary considerations that I would like to raise for this committee, I think it is imperative that we publish gender impact analyses for all major defence and national security measures, including AUKUS-related measures, the Integrated Investment Programme and Australian Submarine Agency funding, which have so far evaded this sort of analysis. We should be requiring all national security proposals above the gender impact assessment threshold to include public reporting on gendered impacts, opportunity costs, workforce assumptions, procurement impacts and alternatives considered. We should be treating domestic, family and sexual violence, coercive control, technology-facilitated abuse and misogynistic extremism as core national security threats. We must be requiring AUKUS-related workforce, education, procurement, infrastructure programs to include gender equality targets, transparent reporting, contract obligations and safeguards against sexual harassment. We should be ensuring national security surveys, threat assessments and resilience strategies explicitly include a lot of gendered harms in national security. Funding and publishing implementation pathways for women's veterans strategy, addressing substantive gender representational gaps in national security, noting that the Department of Defence in 2024 was one of the only agencies that we analysed out of 14 across the Australian government that had actually achieved parity in senior executive service. And I would also note respectfully that this committee has 38% representation of women, and so we would like to see that more in line with the Australian Public Service Commission commitments around gender equality too. We have much more to say, including around TSPA, the top secret positive security vetting, and how paying attention to diversity in that vetting pipeline is a priority, as well as treating how illegal activity like domestic violence is treated, and extremist misogyny is also considered, and AusCheck gun licensee assessments to take into account gender domestic violence offending and misogynistic extreme views. We have a lot more to add, but I might leave it there for the moment.
Thank you for that. I'm going to kick off with this question, and don't mind if both of you comment. Throughout the hearings, we've heard on a number of occasions that there is a level of pushback against women getting into more leadership roles over recent times. Have you detected whether some of that pushback is coming from women themselves, where there's what I would describe as women's views that certain roles should not be theirs and should in fact be held by men more so than women? Is that something you've detected or not?
May I answer you the question first? Is this coming from a defence perspective and security perspective
from
in general?
Society general. And I say that because in my interaction with a whole range of different communities, I sense that amongst some communities there is a view that that is not our role, that's a male role.
I can go first, and I think there are two elements here. The first one is whether or not what voices are being heard, because very often we do have a lot of gatekeeping at community level, in the sense that the representation and the voices that represent communities might not be those that actually are representing really the reality of the communities themselves. Very often, particularly in overseas development assistance and humanitarian action, we always go to the same leaders or the same gatekeepers. So the opinion could be quite skewed. So that's the first element. We launched in Geneva last week during the World Health Assembly a Lancet report on health, conflict and forced displacement. And one of the key recommendations is inverting the power, in the sense of truly giving a voice and recognizing the voice and the agency of communities, including women, which is nearly 50% of those communities. So from my experience and from the body of literature that we analyzed for over 2.5 years for that report, communities and women leaders and women in general want to have a voice and an effective participation in decision making. They don't want other bodies or male groups to decide on their health, on their choices, on their education, and generally on their families as well. So yes, it will be. It's very interesting to hear that feedback, because it doesn't correspond to what we have captured in these 2.5 years of work on displacement and forced displacement and armed conflict.
Thank you. I think I would add a few points. I think firstly, focusing on whether or not women push back against other women in leadership, I would say is a big distraction from the issue at hand, which is that national security agencies, international affairs, our Australian public service, but particularly this national security and international affairs, they have access to huge amounts of budget resources. They have significant and very special privileges and immunities and duties under the law, and they carry significant status in societies. As a democratic country, it should be a matter of principle that women are there. If I go to a little bit more about some of the trends that you identified, though, my colleague, we have a major nationally representative study launched by the Australian National University's National Security College earlier this year of more than 20,000 Australians, which looked at differences in how different genders across Australia view national security issues. What was interesting was that men were more likely to frame national security in quite conventional terms, looking at war, terrorism, intelligence agencies, geopolitical competition. Women were also concerned about these issues, but in addition were more likely to expand on national security incorporating climate change, social cohesion and community well-being. But there was a major contribution, which I think starts to get to some of your question, which was that there was a 23 percentage point gap in women and men's self-reported knowledge. 46% of men say they understand national security issues compared to just 23% of women. However, when women spoke about national security, they demonstrated more sophisticated analysis, connecting global risks to families, communities, and everyday lives. So they were able to draw more sophisticated links between social cohesion, economic insecurity, environmental stress, and broader national security concepts. In contrast, men tended to adopt more abstract and strategic framings, coupled with the admission that they may overstate their own confidence. What we see from this is not a gap in credibility and authority. We see that women in many cases have much more to contribute on national security issues. However, they do not feel, and there is, social norms, there's underrepresentation in our national security community, which means that it can carry quite exclusionary connotation. It privileges certain voices over others. The Lowy Institute's report in 2018 found that, of subsequent decades of national security white papers and analyses that were released, none were authored by women. So we are coming from a long-standing history of women's exclusion in some of these spaces. And so there has been pushback and backlash, but I would suggest that this is much more a result of our longer-standing gender inequality in society, rather than that women do not belong in these spaces. I would make very clear that women belong in these spaces.
And before I hand over to my colleagues, could I just clarify something you said in the opening statement? Did you say 38% of the members of this committee were women?
To my understanding, looking at your committee's website, yes, 12 are women and 19 are men.
Are you referring to this committee, or you're referring to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade?
It's on your parliamentary inquiry website for this parliamentary inquiry. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm welcome you to review that.
It's not, well, just for your interest, there's 9 members on this committee, 5 are women and 4 are men.
That's helpful to know. It would be good to have maybe the website updated to reflect that.
Yeah. Shane.
The gendered impact of climate change and the impact on national and community security. Can you expand on that?
Unfortunately, climate change doesn't operate on its own. It's intersecting with other challenges. For example, it tends to affect mostly communities, or affect all communities, but it tends to have the greatest impact on communities that are already excluded, that are already under the poverty line, and are already facing other shocks like armed conflict and violence. So because it's an intersecting threat, it basically is combined with other vulnerabilities. And gender inequality is one of those markers of an increased level of risk. And women that are generally in conditions of vulnerability in societies and in different countries tend to be worse affected by climate shocks, in the sense that they lose access to informal earning possibilities or informal work. The ability to take decisions also get reduced when they get reduced economic agency. And if violence and armed conflicts associated, there is ample evidence that women are greatly impacted by, for example, gender and sexual-based violence. So I think we cannot just dissociate climate change as one element that impacts women more. It impacts society as a whole, but because it tends to happen in an environment where there are other interconnected shocks, and many of them are linked already to inequality, gender inequality, a critical one, then women tend to be greatly disadvantaged in these environments.
During this inquiry, we've heard lots of evidence from people about the need for I'll call it affirmative action or gender equality when it comes to involved in defence or national disasters, and that's great. I'm really pleased that we've got that evidence. But little information about how the government should respond beyond representation. For example, I raised this morning to issues about a feminist perspective on government payments, which sort of seem to be sort of ignoring the unpaid care and the work that women in particular do. Secondly, the fact that many counsellors are women, there's not much training with respect to natural disasters in relation to that role and promotion of that. And thirdly, the ongoing need for domestic and family violence support. There's no ongoing federal government payments along those lines. We've had so many inquiries in submissions in here, but no one's suggested that. Can you give some comments in relation to that?
Yeah, we've just finished, or we're partway through research on gender and climate change at our institute, and have just finished a series of focus groups, and we're about to start a survey that goes into these issues and to provide some tangible recommendations for government. The workshops were all based on what are the policy solutions. We have some limited policy solutions that I can share with you that again come from our budget analysis of the climate change, kind of gender analysis of climate change budget just recently. And I think there are a few things, and just to add to kind of some of the interrelated issues there, I'd also say that that National Security College study that I mentioned earlier, most Australians identified as the top kind of risk as being climate change and disasters, far more than foreign invasion, for instance. And some of the
they experience it.
Exactly. And so when we then think about who is often relied on to do kind of disaster response, it's often the ADF. Now they are equipped, they are funded, all of that, which is great. However, it does leave a security vulnerability open then when we have a persistent and highly likely disaster kind of situation. So there is a lot of our kind of recommendations go to looking at what are alternative mechanisms that are community-based groups that can be funded to do a lot of that resourcing rather than the ADF, for instance, which is much more likely. We think that we should start with a national women's consultation around climate mitigation and adaptation priorities. We do need more research that is Australian-based on what are the gendered impacts of climate change in Australia, because to date we're relying a lot on evidence from Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia and Africa, rather than what's happening in our own communities. We think that when it comes to allocating funding to state governments for climate-related areas such as housing, disaster management, infrastructure, transport and health, so through the Federal Financial Relations System and the Disaster Ready Fund, that should require some sort of gender climate analysis as part of the grant funding, a condition of the grant funding. We think there is much more that can be done in terms of gender response in housing measures to rising temperatures and disaster-proofing houses, and particularly the focus of uninsurability and how we are addressing some of the gender gaps given in general women earn less in society, and so dealing with the rising insurance costs is a major issue. There's a role for urgent education campaigns to raise awareness of some of the gender differentiated health impacts. So heat waves and pregnant women, this is a huge risk, which we don't talk about. When we have heat wave kind of alerts go out, I don't think that most people would realise that is just like you've got warnings on alcohol bottles saying, if you're pregnant, don't drink this. There's some of these things that are easy wins, I think, for us. I think that we also need to do more work in making evacuation centres gender sensitive, but also disability accessible. So in a lot of rural and remote communities, they're the town hall or church, and they actually aren't accessible. There's a role for a cross-departmental gender and climate data initiative, bringing together ABS, Bureau of Meteorology, National Emergency Management and UN Women to integrate some of those social and economic indicators. Strengthen fossil fuels taxes, revenue of which can be reallocated more meaningfully to gender-responsive mitigation and adaptation. Funding to women-owned enterprises that are part of the climate transition. So we see a lot of the just transitions currently are going to communities and sectors that are male-dominated. Health, education, these are generally female-dominated sectors, and they do not get the same amount of support to transition, even though health, for instance, is a major contributor to climate emissions. Maybe a green federal payment system to remunerate volunteers for caring for country, expanding lessons in disaster, which is a training program, emphasising the needs of women and gender diverse people with disability in disaster, accessible, reliable warning systems, and local recovery that is First Nations led, that is sensitive to gender differences and that is disability inclusive. We've got more.
We provide $200 million a year in disaster ready payments. We give those usually to states and councils in relation to that. In Ipswich, the Ipswich Showgrounds is the maid evacuation centre. We've provided $6 million, and they're currently constructing a laundromat because it was necessary, women and children in particular, at the evacuation centre. More showers, more disability access, more toilets, because this was an issue particularly for mothers in particular. But we don't allocate, I got that money for the local area. We don't allocate any money specifically for disaster recovery centres and evacuation centres in that $200 million every year, and state governments have not been focusing on it.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, have you thought about that as a potential recommend evidence to us that we should recommend to government?
Absolutely, and I'm very happy to fast track some of those recommendations if it's useful for you. But I think that another big learning that we should be taking is Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade have a very significantly developed, comparatively, Outcomes at the Nexus guidebook for ensuring that gender and climate considerations are taken into account for programs and policies and projects that are done. Now, domestically, we absolutely pale in consideration, and my colleagues at the Global Institute for Women's Leadership, Ruby Crandall, has led a lot of this research too, that in effect we are doing a quite robust job on the international stage. We can certainly improve it, but domestically we have almost learned nothing from the wonderful work that has gone into gender and climate change, which I think that's a really easy win, just to convert some of the stuff that DFAT is doing over to DQ, to Home Affairs, to local governments. And I think that some of this comes down to equipping local and state governments with the training. I mean, one of the things that we've found through our research on gender and climate change is one of the reasons why not a lot has been done in terms of policy and practice yet is people don't know what to do, and we don't necessarily have the data. So I think that this is an obligation for all of us to help produce.
Tony, but one of the things, in my observation in this inquiry, has been again and again so much high-level information.
Yes.
When we try and get information out of organisations that submit to us for practical recommendations to government that make a difference, they have to take it on notice and get back to us. Again and again it's happened. We really need organisations not to give us lectures, but to actually provide us with information that we can refer to government for practical impacts.
And I would also tie this back to, if you look at the history of gender equality funding and if you look at the history of climate change funding, I mean, you've got two major challenges for society that have been significantly overlooked by governments of the past for a huge amount of time. So we actually just haven't developed up the research infrastructure to be able to provide a lot of that policy making advice. Having said that, I'll be delighted to send you some more policy, practical suggestions after this.
Thank you, Chair.
Claire.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've got just a couple of questions about, I guess it's a topic that's quite sort of a hot button issue in this country at the moment. I did wonder, when you're doing your work and your research and making recommendations in relation to, the economy, conflict prevention, climate change impact on women and girls, are you doing that through the lens of considering the needs of biological women, or has gender identity become a feature of your work and your research? And is that impacting, do you think, the women, peace and security agenda? And just to give a bit more context, we have gender identity as a protected attribute in the Sex Discrimination Act, and there are good reasons for that. But there are some suggestions that I have great sympathy for, that is then being at the expense of the rights and needs of women and girls. Has that featured in your work and your research in any way, shape or form? And do you think that this risks setting back women, peace and security agenda for biological women and girls who frankly do have very different and unique needs, physical characteristics, that really come to the forefront in situations of conflict and climate disasters?
So I will go first on this one. Thank you for the question. I think different groups face different types of exclusion, and the conversation about gender diversity should not compete, or is not competing with the conversation about women and girls, biological women and girls. I think one of the challenges we're having, and this comes back to your point earlier, is that it's very difficult to have a comprehensive overview of how policies impact communities because they come from different departments at the time. Home Affairs, Defence, Education, rather than really a whole of government approach. And it's really hard. Australia is not the only country that is being challenged with this poly crisis, where every single risk is compounding another and intersecting at the same time. And the policies themselves are more siloed and department-based, or focused on one specific issue. Here we have the same type of situation. Is it women and girls, or is gender diverse communities? And the vulnerabilities might be shared in some cases, particularly in situations of armed conflict. Women and gender diverse groups tend to share some of the risks, but in some other communities that is not the case. Some of the challenges facing gender diverse communities are unique and need to be addressed in a different way. And we come back to one of the points that in this large research on the lands that we have done is the fact that we need to really listen to the needs of communities. So when we talk about community-led initiatives, it's not just consulting the communities, but actually having the communities determining what their needs are, because these type of nuances emerge when communities have a voice and a decision-making. The challenge then is how do you translate that into the allocation of resources and policies that need to be implemented anyway.
Exactly.
So how do you do the back and forth? We don't yet have the mechanisms, and those are where I think these questions about how researchers and institutions can contribute. I think from this committee or subcommittee, but also from your own guidance, is requesting from us a comprehensive overview. Say, don't come to me with your specific agenda, but tell me how your recommendation will impact education, funding, defense, and other commitments that we have. Because that also prompts us in the academic and research sector to look at more a comprehensive overview and recommendations that are more across departments and whole of government rather than specific to each department. So I think that's a challenge we do have moving forward. There is research already that considers all the different intersecting risks with recommendations, and then more can be done on what does it specifically mean for you as a policymaker in terms of how do we actually influence different policies. But I will stop there on community. So community consultation first, resourcing of community action, and then a whole of government approaches that actually enable those policies to be implemented.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and while I agree with that, I think I'd also add, the reality of our world is there is great sexual diversity and there is great gender diversity. That is just a fact of humanity, right? And if we're talking about sex and biological differences and gender and social kind of roles and characteristics and expectations, this is pretty much universal across all countries that we have great gender and sexual diversity. If we go back to fundamental Australian principles, then, we want a society where everyone, regardless of gender, can thrive, and where they have opportunities, where they have rights and they have responsibilities. I think, there is a reason why Australia's ambassador for gender equality is the ambassador for gender equality these days and not the ambassador for women. That's because, boys, girls, men, women, everyone else, beyond the gender binary, they have a role in Australian society. What I would say is the real risk isn't kind of what you refer to in terms of some of this politicisation. It's the fact that gender equality gets so little funding to start with. So what a more expansive, inclusive focus on gender and making sure that we still absolutely centre the needs of women and girls. That is absolutely necessary. But in many circumstances, there will be, boys, lower socioeconomic boys, First Nations folk, who also need support in this. There will be people who are trans and non-binary. I think that it is a needed given of our policy. If we have people from all different backgrounds in Australia, we also need to be supporting them.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We live in an incredibly diverse world. And every single human being deserves, protection, from harm. Do no harm, cause no suffering, applies to everyone. In diversity, though, there is difference. And I just want to be absolutely clear that the women, peace and security agenda it has the needs of biological women and girls at its forefront. And that's not to say that there are not other groups, other, people that need protection. But just in this country at the moment, there's a bit of a conflation going on. And I did want to make sure that when we are talking about women, peace and security and that agenda and how we look at gender equality across this country within national security, there is that focus on biological women and girls who have, unique needs. By virtue of their, physical differences.
And what you are noticing as well within your own communities is the extremism that is now really rising across social media and really polarizing views is one way or the other. And I think this is coming at the expense of groups that are already facing exclusion, groups that are already facing higher levels of vulnerability and risk. So it is a challenge that we can only counteract with making sure that we do have these conversations more in the public, that actually that kind of explanation, and say talking about women and peace, for example, is not at the exclusion of men and is not at the exclusion of gender diverse communities. Because the common narrative that is really taking hold more and more is that positive discrimination to benefit women is at the expense of male rights and power. And I think that's super detrimental for our progress as society, but it needs to be addressed in the sense that I think we can address it from two perspectives. The first one is equity, in the sense that there needs to be more emphasis on groups that have been excluded traditionally, because the starting point might be different. So an emphasis, for example, on women in education in certain countries or in certain areas of communities is because they are lagging behind, not because men are less important. So we need to really have that conversation on equity. And the second one, and this I am drawing from the humanitarian sector, is the element of impartiality, which is basically delivering policies and services that address needs as identified by the community. And they might be different for different groups. And humanity, which is our core element of preserving dignity of all groups and of all communities. And I think it's this element of all of us contributing, you from a policy-making side and government, but also us from the research and academia, to conversations that are more open and trying to counteract these extremist views that we are seeing.
Yeah, I think the other point I would make is that I can't speak for all literature out there on women, peace and security, but most of the literature that I have seen, this is just not the issue that people are concerned about. They're concerned about the lack of funding. In the most recent budget, there was no new funding for women, peace and security, even though the geopolitical climate has shifted, right? That's a major issue. We've also seen the erosion of some of Defence's commitments to women, peace and security. We should be standing up and doing more in this time, and in fact, it seems like maybe we're doing less. I would also say that one of the major concerns for Australians on the women, peace and security agenda is that it is very much so externally focused, and it is focused on what are we doing with others in our region or the world rather than what's happening in our own backyard. And I, recount this story to a lot of audiences I talk to, but, I was part of women, peace and security workshops years back, and, we just finished talking about women's lack of safety in Iran and Afghanistan and, all of these places that are in kind of live conflict zones. Towards the end of the meeting, someone pipes up and there's like, hey, is there anyone who's available to walk me home after this? Because I don't feel safe getting back to my car. So what is the difference? Like, obviously there are huge differences between those scenarios, but at the fundamental level, we're talking about the same thing, which is women's and all humans, their bodily autonomy and their safety at night. And I think that that's a major issue if we aren't reflecting back inwards on, domestic and family violence and all of the rest, just street safety. I think we've got a lot more that we can be doing on the women, peace and security agenda, and we wouldn't be out of step with global counterparts. So there are other countries out there who take both an international focus and a domestic focus to women, peace and security. And I think that a lot of that is dependent on how they define their country, whether it's conflict affected or post-conflict. And Australia has never seen itself as that. Although if you ask First Nations communities, you might get a different response, and I think we've got an obligation to do a little bit better here on that domestic focus for sure.
Diverse world and complicated world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Claire. Lisa, can you hear us? And if so, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. There's been a bit of an ongoing conversation throughout this inquiry about cultural norms and how we address changes to gendered cultural norms to address violence against women and also around women's leadership. And there's, we've had a bit of a discussion about that this morning as well. This committee has been told by another witness that the Global Institute has undertaken some research into what makes gender equality programs effective at generating change. I wondered if you could speak to that, but I had a question about whether that is related to this question about changing cultural norms, and if so, like, what have you found in terms of what is effective?
Yeah, absolutely. So Global Institute for Women's Leadership, we have a big focus on, our mantra is fixed systems, not women. You could expand that, fixed systems, not individuals. In a lot of government programming, it can be very attractive to say, oh, we've got an issue with gender equality somewhere, let's fund a women's leadership program and, support 15 women or 90 women or whatever it is, and it looks great in photos and all of the rest, and it helps those women, but it maybe doesn't change systems or norms. So we tend to think of it as a continuum. If you've got individual level interventions on the one hand, which might be your women's leadership programs or, things that are targeted very much so at an individual level, helping individual people, they certainly have a place. However, we would advocate for most government interventions, if possible, to move further upstream to organisational interventions and system-level interventions. At an organisational level, this is fairly simple. It's things like policies, processes, practices. You can institute better leave provisions, encourage fathers to take up more parental leave, which is very much so correlated and attributed to shifting some of those gender norms around care, for instance, having other social benefits for all genders. So organisations, they're a really important place, and the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, of course, does a lot of great work in that space and in supporting organisations to do that. But then we'd say at that kind of structural or systems level, that is preferably where we like to see the biggest change, or where the biggest change is possible. It's also some of the hardest place to make change. So we're talking about legislative change here, policy change at a state or a federal level, outside of organisations, but more broadly. but we're also talking about normative change. And it's tricky. On the one hand, it's easy to legislate and it's hard to change norms. There are things that can be done, and certainly leadership at the top and legislation can set new kind of standards that encourage gender norm change. But I suppose the message would be, and all of our research really points to, if you're going to fund interventions, sure, do a little bit in an individual, but try to do a bit of interventions at individual, organisational and kind of structural systems level. And if you can focus up that top end of town, that is absolutely where we should be focusing our investments.
So what, in terms of legislative and kind of structural systemic, like, can you give some more concrete examples? Like, what sorts of things you're talking about?
Oh, yeah, well, my colleague also might be able to join me on this. It really depends on the domain. So, I mean, we've talked a little bit about some options for around climate change and all of the rest. Some of the funding mechanisms that you have, actually making sure that gender impact assessments are done in new policy proposals and all of the rest, like that should help to change things. So again, this is across every single domain, so it's hard for me to pull out specific examples for you this second. But there's certainly more that can be done around caring and parental leave and all of the rest. I don't know, Dr. Martinez, if you want to add
I think that's helpful. That just gives a bit of that's super helpful. So my follow-up question, and I think now I understand it sort of all fits in together, so around data and data collection methods. So clearly the stuff you talk about organisationally around, the WGEA reporting, what else can organisations report on, but similarly, I guess at that systemic level, what kind of data collection methods do you think can help us to continue to sort of manage, manage what we measure.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot, right? Again, I'll go back to the gender impact assessments, which is Australian government policy. You can look at it, APS, it's called Including Gender. Every new policy proposal, cabinet submission has to include a gender analysis. Now, when you actually look at that and people are wanting to do climate change policy, for instance, and they're finding that there's this huge data gap, well, okay, when we've got researchers in universities, we should be encouraging their data to be more gender or sex disaggregated. But again, that goes for some of our national collecting agencies that I mentioned earlier. Whilst we can always improve the data, my experience is it's not just about a lack of evidence, it's about a lack of will sometimes, right? And so making sure that our government departments see this as a priority and see this as important. This still needs re-prosecuting, even though it is government policy. We have seen examples where this is not followed. So I do think that this is an important opportunity that could improve things too.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Shane, you've got the last quick question.
Dr. Stevenson, just for your information, the Labor Party has a majority of people on this committee. There are 17 members of the Australian Labor Party. 7 of them are men and 10 of them are women. We are not responsible for the delegations from the other political parties. So that criticism of us is unfounded and unjustified.
No, thanks, Shane. I have done analysis on Parliament this year. I do understand. Thank you.
Before we wrap up, Dr. Stevenson, you referred to some other countries, I think, and on this my words, doing it better. Which countries were you referring to?
On what particular topic was this?
When you were doing comparison about which countries were perhaps showing, I think, better examples of women in leadership, in one of your comments about 10 minutes ago, and you did make some comments about other countries. I'll have to get the transcript.
Yeah, I may have been referring to, so Canada, for instance, has, of course, gender-based analysis plus, which they apply, across the board. Just interestingly, if you're interested, so the government set aside, was it $16.6 million for military sexual violence this year. Now, that compares to... No, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me.
And it was, I think, on that line when you made the comment.
Yeah, it was. So actually, just on this, okay, so veterans support, there's $1.6 9 million from 5 years from this year set aside to allied health, et cetera, et cetera. If you actually follow that across and look at what is provided for Canada and the US, even proportionally for their bigger militaries, for instance, there's a huge amount more funding that is provided. So I would strongly encourage, and I will send you our budget analysis if you're interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, once again, thanks for appearing before the committee, and if you can provide that information by the 26th of June, that would be appreciated, and any additional information you provide will be published on the website as a submission to the inquiry. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee, and again, if you feel you need to make any transcription changes, contact the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And we'll now move on to our next witness. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay. I now welcome representatives from the National Foundation for Australian Women to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Hi, I'm Sally Moyle. I'm the Chair of the National Foundation for Australian Women.
And I'm Helen Daly-Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of the National Foundation for Australian Women.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and will attract parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the committee. To my right, Claire.
I'm Claire Clark-Hannon, member for Sturt in South Australia.
To my left.
Shania, member for Blair and South East Queensland.
And Senator Lisa Darman. Lisa? Thank you.
Yeah, Lisa Darman
from Victoria.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to make an opening statement if you'd like, and then we'll move to questions.
Yep, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks very much to the committee for initiating this really important inquiry. I think it's very important, and thank you for your invitation to present to you. I'm Sally Moyle. As I say, I'm the Chair of the National Foundation for Australian Women, and I have over 30 years' experience trying to make change towards gender equality happen, both within government and outside of government, and have quite a bit of practical experience about the kinds of recommendations that I'd love to see this committee make. First of all, the evidence is in, right? You've heard about all of the evidence about how gender equality and greater progress towards gender equality creates a safer, more secure and prosperous world. It creates the world that we all want to live in. In these particularly precarious times, it's more important than ever that Australia be a beacon for the way forward to help the world navigate a pathway towards safety and security. And that pathway, as you've heard already, lies through gender equality. Gender equality, it's important to note, isn't just about women. It's not an issue for women. It's about all of us. It's a relationship. It's a relationship between people, and it's a relationship of power. All of us need to ask questions to understand, in any particular context, who has power and under what circumstances, and who doesn't, who's at the table and who's not even there, who's at the table and not speaking. How are people using power? And there's different ways of using it to exercise dominance and create more resources for themselves, or to share and distribute power better. And we need to explicit and clear that as a nation, and everything we do as a nation, the importance of gender equality to the future of humanity, both as a government as a whole and as individuals. This government has shown that real progress can be achieved where there's a will. The last 5 years shows and demonstrates that we have shot up the international rankings because the government decided to do it deliberately and explicitly. We've got a strong framework for gender equality and the government's imposed guidelines for doing gender effectively across government. But there's more to do. We're not consistent enough either at home or in our international engagement. Our submission points to the steps that we think that the committee could recommend to make sure that we do advance gender equality as a national and international security priority.
And just briefly, what we recommend is that gender equality be positioned as a core element of Australia's national and economic security, because without that, our efforts to progress national and international security will only ever be partially successful. This is because traditional gender roles are rigid, inefficient and unsuited to a world in which change is rapid and constant. We need to be able to make the best use of our resources for people to be able to contribute fully according to their individual talents and their needs. But traditional gender norms put barriers in the way to that. We need to recognise that violence against women is one of our most urgent systemic national security risks. We also need to recognise that enforcing strict gender binaries limits all of our opportunities and is creating unnecessary division and conflict in the process of building the new structures we need. And finally, we need to recognise unconscious gender bias that reflects in all of us, that leads us to those unhelpful gendered assumptions. And we need to address that by using gender impact analysis and gender responsive budgeting to improve our policy and security planning. And one of the things that's very exciting about this inquiry happening at this time is that it's happening in an environment where a government has implemented gender responsive budgeting as a critically important first step. We've got lots of practical recommendations about where to go next. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll kick off with one question, and then I'm going to go to Senator Lisa Darmanin. Ms Moore, in your opening statement, you said that the evidence is in. Could you give me some examples of the evidence you're referring to?
Yeah, well, having reviewed some of the submissions to this inquiry, I'd point you to the ANU's submission that you've just heard evidence from. I think that really covers a lot of the international security evidence around the importance of gender equality for all aspects of international security. But I'd really like to point you in particular to a book by Valerie Hudson called, very appropriately, Sex and World Peace, that has based on a massive database that she's collected over decades of over 300,000 data points around all aspects of gender equality, and she analysed that database to identify that countries that have greater indices of gender equality are much less likely to resort to violence in resolving intra or interstate conflict. I think that is kind of a really massive piece of evidence. We also know from evidence from the World Bank, for example, that better indicators of gender equality are correlated, at least, with countries' better GDP growth and better prosperity, and that there's some regressive analysis that shows that those relations run both ways, that correlation runs both ways. Countries that have greater gender equality deliver better economic growth, and likewise, if you're a country that has better resources, you're able to deliver better gender equality, because so often gender equality is seen as a nice to have that's added on at the end, and governments suggest that gender equality is something you do when you've got the luxury of doing it. We know that's not how it should be.
And then on the economic side of that, the research by Stephen Klassen and Francesca Lamana, which is referenced in our submission, covers the period from the year 2000 backwards and does a significant meta review of the early research into the economic benefits of gender analysis in relation to building secure economic systems. And in our submission, we've referenced that and then provided a list of some of the key findings subsequent to 2000 with the relevant areas of research. And so the findings there cover increased subjective wellbeing for both women and men, a positive growth differential of about 26% over a decade between industries located in a low gender inequality country when compared with a country with a high gender inequality, increased national economic output, faster per capita economic growth, increased economic complexity at the national level, reduced corruption in governance, and increased entrepreneurial intention and activity among women. The relevant research for each of those is contained in our submission.
But can I also just say there has been decades of research. You know, we've got, scratch the surface and you will find the research. There is the research. What we need is to act on that research. And, you know, having been involved in doing some of this research over the decades, it's used to convince decision makers to take another step forward. And so we replicate it to get them to make another step forward. You know, we know what the issues are.
Lisa, have you got a question? If so, you're next.
Thank you. Yes, I do. I'm going to keep on the theme of like attitudes and cultural norms and how we influence this, because we just heard and we heard from just the previous witness. I'm not sure if you were in the room. Perhaps you were. You know, and your comments there around the research that we have and the statistics and the data, you know, there is also a conversation that's been happening at this committee about gender equality in Australia. Not, I think your submission talks about this too, not perceiving as something that benefits men, and this narrative about, you know, it being one versus the other. Can you talk about, firstly, I think, what's the importance of including men in the conversation to around the importance of gender equality and how the government can support, you know, bringing everyone along this message, you know, and in your opening statement, you talked about this being, you know, a contribution of everyone. So how does the government help an understanding in our community about that concept?
I'll start. Thank you. It's a really important question, and that's why I emphasised in my opening statement that gender equality is a relationship. It's not about women only, and it's not a zero sum, right? That everybody benefits from gender equality, and I've always spoken about young men, and I think often their traditional gender norms sell them a bad deal, that they are locked out of the caring role that they would love to have. If they don't maintain a relationship with their own partner, they often lose the direct relationship with their own children. Men are expected to suffer in silence. They don't get access to healthcare. They suicide more successfully more often. They put themselves in danger in situations of work or disaster response. Those things, I think, are really important matters that are matters of gender equality, and we need to engage with those. Women in the second wave of feminism in the 70s wanted men to come with us and said, come with us, let's do this together. And men declined, and so women did it ourselves, right? A lot of the work of gender equality has been seen as work of women, and I find that disappointing. But we've come to the stage now where women have done as much as we can do. We need men with us, and we need young men to claim gender equality.
And I'd add to that one of the things that we've done, we've seen a process where we've picked off some of the low-hanging fruit of inequity in Australia. So the quick fixes that we can deal with now, we've done amazing work on that, and I think we've seen an acceleration of that in the last 5 years. We're now at the point where if we want to be able to really make progress, we have to move into that structural change that everybody's been talking about recently. And that means rethinking not just gender equality, but the way the things that people talking about gender equality have been asking for are overlapping with the things that are being asked for by other movements. And so the big discussion at the moment in feminist circles is what does it mean to decolonise feminism? What does it mean to bring those two movements of dealing with the outcomes of colonisation histories and dealing with gender inequality? How do you bring those together? The third one that's really active at the moment is climate change. How do we address climate change from a position as feminists? And we're starting to see those movements come together. And the reason for that is that we've all come to it from different directions. We've all picked off the bits and pieces that we can deal with quickly. But now we're all faced with the same problem, which is that we have a series of norms and values, structures that are based on those norms and values, and assumptions about the way the world works and the way the world is that are holding us back. And they're not just holding us back, they're an active threat to us. And one of the really exciting areas at the moment is people looking at what does an alternative economy look like? What does a gender equal economy look like? And if we're talking about the norms questions around that, one of the norms that's currently getting a good examination within feminist thinking is the assumption that an economy should be about generating profit solely. And so we're starting to see that discussion about norms is moving beyond what do we think about women to what do we think about the world. And so it's a difficult norms question to deal with, and we know the things that work for addressing norms. Norms are most effectively shifted when the pressure for the shift comes from peers, rather than from central authority or from legislation. Which means we need a national conversation. We need leadership where people who are considered to be both powerful and influential in our community actively talking about these issues. And in a society where we have gender inequality, that is men. The role of building out from the old Victorian, by which I mean 19th century, not our fellow state, approach to looking after women, a very paternalistic approach to let's do some nice things to make things better for women, needs to open out into a conversation about how is the way we think now hurting all of us in different ways.
And so practically, can I suggest that there's a few things that we would like to see government do? Number one, I would love to see the Office for Women change its name to the Office for Gender Equality and engage with some of these issues and be funded to do so, not be asked to pick up those extra pieces of work within the same funding envelope. So I think that kind of leadership is really important. I think the Working for Women strategy has 5 pillars and an undergirding pillar of gender norms, and I think that there's less work being done on that by government domestically and internationally. I'd love to see some specific programming be done to advance that underpinning pillar of the Working for Women strategy. I would love to see more work being done, as Helen suggests, in a national conversation about this. I know government is wary of being seen as a nanny state, but I think it's an important conversation to have. And then finally, as individuals, I would love to see men, particularly male leaders, raise these issues in every conversation. It's not. This is never a set and forget, right? This is not something where you can fund a few programs on the side and hope that gender inequality, that we can topple the patriarchy's 6,000 years with a couple of $1 million. We really need to make sure that this is sewn into all of the work that we do, both as government and as individuals. I used to be the head of gender equality work in DFAT, and I used to say to my male peers, you don't need to know all the answers, you just need to remember in every meeting to ask the question, what are the gender implications of this? Everyone will think you're really wise and that you know the answer, and it will cause your teams to go out and find those answers. And over the years of working on this in government, I've seen starting those conversations and encouraging people to take leadership on these conversations can really start changing the way things work. And I think there's a number of elements to make change happen. The first is getting the data. You need to have data about these things, and we miss so much data, particularly about men and their relationship to gender issues. Then you need to have the transparency in reporting of that data. You need to have leadership, both as individuals and structurally. That's through legislation. And then you need to have accountability and oversight. And I think that's one where we often fall down. There's very little accountability. So I heard my colleague Elise Stevenson talking about the budget and the requirements for new policy proposals to integrate a gender analysis. In our last budget, we saw most of the really big initiatives fail to take account, to have an explicit gender analysis in those things. And our analysis, the National Foundation for Australian Women's Gender Responsive Budgeting analysis, suggests that we saw that those were gender blind initiatives, that they're going to make gender equality worse. So where's the accountability for that internally to government? I'd like to see legislation.
I'm sorry, but I'm running out of time.
Sorry.
I've got 3 other members that want to ask questions. I appreciate your comments, but can we get to perhaps some of the issues that we want to ask you about?
Sure. I'm just trying to give you practical suggestions.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on the suggestion that the Office for Women should be renamed the Office for Gender Equality. So I absolutely accept that men have a role in gender equality. You know, of course they do. But doesn't sort of changing the name from the Office for Women detract from the fact that there is an Office for Women that is specifically working on policies and strategies for women, because women have unique needs, and there is still, unfortunately, in this country, a power imbalance between men and women.
Look, I agree, and I think best practice suggests that gender equality work requires a twin-track approach, where you have to address specific gender issues for women and men and others, and also do an overarching approach where everybody does gender equality work in wherever aspect they're working. So I think having an Office for Gender Equality wouldn't detract from the work of the Office for Women, but it would add to it.
Okay, so, all right, so you're saying a separate department, separate office.
I think they should be in the
sorry.
same office, but yes.
Right, okay. And my second question is just about the difficulties with whataboutism.
Yeah.
So, you know, I posted a photo of a hearing from this inquiry when we had one in Melbourne and Sydney a few weeks ago, and like, gosh, the trolling about it being, you know, kind of focused on women and girls is quite extraordinary. Every time we announce a women's health initiative, it's, you know, it's what about the men? And we have a national men's health strategy. So it is not one or the other. It is both at different times, and they move up and down the priority list depending on, you know, what is happening in a very complicated world. So how do you sort of get, you know, reduce this gap between, you know, men and women in terms of power imbalance? Because don't men have to give up some power for women to have a seat at the table? Like, can it really be that men have the same amount of power in, you know, economics, national security, you know, life, right? And then women get the same? Is that really realistic, or do we need to be honest about that there actually has to be a changing, I guess, balance?
You're absolutely right about the need for change. It's not necessarily less power, though. It's different power. And this is the message that's hard to get through when we get ourselves stuck in this "it's about women" conversation, because what we're talking about is shifting power from men have power in public life and women have power in the domestic sphere, to women make the decisions about where the child should go to school and that sort of thing. To those areas are now shared, and so people now have a much greater field of engagement. We're much less constrained down to rigid gender norms, and so. Yes, if we've got an economy that currently works in a way that says that if you are a full-time worker who is male, you will be paid more, and decision-making, people who make decisions are the important people in our society, and those are some of the key, sort of underpinnings of the system we have now. In that situation, yes, a man who then goes home to change nappies is taking a less valued role. If we rethink the way we talk about our environment, our communities, which in the face of climate change we need to do, so that we start to think differently about care and about the importance of it and about who is an important person in our society and who should be making decisions, then the man who stays at home to build a relationship with his children and care for them and make sure that they're well is as important as the senator, in some ways. And we're always, you can have a utopian version of that, where everybody's on an equal footing and all the rest of it. That's not how people work. But there are opportunities for men to have better lives and more full lives. And there are opportunities for us to think differently about what an important person is and to provide a more equitable distribution of power that mean that it's not necessarily a reduction in a person's particular status.
I think that the narrative and the mindset is still that is a reduction, because home duties and caring is still undervalued compared to having a role in public life. So until we can change the discourse around the value of private and public, then it will be seen as a reduction in power, and then it is difficult because no one wants a reduction in power. We're human beings. We don't want that.
Yes.
So it complicates it.
Change is hard, right? I mean, I'm looking at the ALP's work in setting quotas for women in winnable seats in Parliament over the last 30 years. It's hard. It was hard to begin with, and there was a lot of resistance. I think the Labor Party now would find that you've landed in a great spot, right? Like, this is the outcome that we sought, and now we're recruiting people into winnable positions on merit, and we would all advance that. So yes, change is hard, and particularly in the early stages, you do create clear sailing once you get there, though, right? It's a matter of persevering and having those conversations.
And as a practical example of how it's happening, Champions of Change at the moment are doing excellent work in helping male leaders to see the benefits, not just to themselves as individuals, but to the organisations they work for, so that they can see that while they cede some power, they are also gaining efficiency, or they're gaining greater stability within their workforces. And so they can see that there is a gain that they actually value. And so there is a way to step towards that valuing of care that is about, for example, valuing your workforce, which is a caring role. For me, the end point is when the SES is viewed as a caring role, because you're caring for your community with a chainsaw. There's, for the person who's receiving the feedback online right now, it feels like a long road. But it is about saying this makes it better for everyone. Maybe you might lose some power, but there will be other gains.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure. I've got just two quick questions. One, it relates to recommendation 6. It's about supporting and resourcing local councils in the context of climate change and natural disasters, and for more analysis information, which is picking up what Dr. Stevenson was saying before about the need for more information, which I agree with her on, that we do need some more information in relation to this, and we haven't thought through the implications of and practical things of what we need to do. Can you explore that a bit further?
Climate change poses us a real existential threat and a challenge, and possibly an opportunity, in that it is going to require us to redistribute some of the decision making that we currently centralise out to communities. We're already seeing that in terms of community batteries being set up and that sort of thing. People are experimenting with the idea that more decision making is going to need to happen at local level. Right now, local councils are not resourced for that. And interestingly, local councils is an area where we do actually see some breakthrough in terms of women's leadership. And so it's an area where, because we have, possibly because it's not viewed as being of the same status or whatever, it is a space where women have found it easier to participate. It's a place where possibly the things that local council deals with are considered to be closer to women's issues. And so it does become a really interesting site for us to be able to start exploring what that peer-based conversation looks like. For all that leadership is critical, and it is, those conversations locally are the really important ones. What your mates down the pub reckon really matters. If you've got local council, local meetings, local initiatives happening, they're much more likely to filter through to the conversation in the pub.
Yeah, but and yet, despite the fact, for example, in the Somerset Regional Council in my area, there's a majority of women. All the leadership from the CFO to the CEO and all the leadership are male.
Yeah.
If I go and meet with the local council, I'll have majority female councillors and a male mayor, deputy mayor female, nearly all the leadership staff.
Yes,
Yeah.
And that's been the case in nearly every single council I've represented.
And I have to say, I think, while, as Helen says, local level leadership is often easier for women to break into, I think it's patchy in terms of the amount of work that's been done to actually change the cultures of those councils, and some of them are really blokey, like you say. And
absolutely correct.
Yeah, and I think that it's a real area where we're not delivering a gender analysis that we need to. So I'm pointing to now the Victorian Government's Gender Equality Act that's requiring local councils to do a better job on some of this thinking.
Yeah.
I'd suggest that might be an area.
Give the AMU some money to do a bit of an analysis in this
Exactly.
area.
Yeah.
might be worth doing.
Yeah,
but I think you're right. It's very blokey to local government.
Yeah.
And yet, in natural disasters, people look to the local government. They look to the federal government on two areas: the military and social services.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's really locally led. We don't even have a place, federal government, on local disaster management response committees.
Doesn't stop them sheeting at home to you when it happens. But
the final question, very quickly, Chair, is this. You talk about a Commonwealth Human Rights Act.
Yes.
I'm very interested in the benefits implications concerning gender equality in that space.
So one of the things that we have an issue with in Australia, and we saw this very vividly during COVID, is that we don't have the words to talk about human rights. What human rights gives us is the ability to be able to talk about what happens when rights overlap. And what happens when you're in that position where you've got somebody who has a right to say what happens to their body, do they want a vaccine or not, and somebody else who has a right to life. How do we have that conversation? And right now we have an immature national literacy around human rights. A Human Rights Act would require us to have a conversation about what our rights base in Australia should be. And from a gender perspective, what it does is it starts to open up that conversation we were talking about what the various positions of people are, because everyone holds human rights. So it takes us out of this is a special thing we're doing for women that men miss out on, to this is about rights. And different rights, the same rights are implemented differently for different people because of their diversity. And so it allows us to get that concept into the public consciousness. That's the bit about it that really excites me, is the idea that we might be able to have a conversation about how equality doesn't mean the same.
No, it's a really good point.
And also, just at the moment, our human rights system is based on individual complaints, and that requires individuals to carry a lot on their own backs, right? And I think having a human rights act that would impose accountabilities, as I say, accountability is a really important mechanism that we often forget. We think that having legislation that says we believe in gender equality is going to set it on its little path, and we need to hold people to account for it, and I think that's one of the benefits.
Culture. I mean, you mentioned before in your submission, in your oral evidence today, about the Australian Labor Party, when we have branch meetings and regional conferences, it's instinctive. It's so intuitive in our thinking.
Yeah.
If we want to appoint a male president, the vice president's got to be a woman. The secretary, the treasurer, it's got to be a woman. The treasurer must be a bloke. It's just so inculcated in our culture that needs to be that equality there.
That's right.
And the thing is, it wasn't to begin with.
It wasn't 30 or 40 years ago.
And so you can get there, but it does need that generation.
So that's how the Human Rights Act changes people's thinking.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
it's
Good point.
Change is hard. It's really hard, but perseverance is important. Leadership is important. Accountability is important.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shane. We have actually gone just over time, but I'll give you a chance if you want to just make a very brief closing statement. If there's anything we haven't covered that you want to refer to.
I think this is clearly focusing mostly on international security. I think it's really important that we integrate gender equality thinking into all of our international work. The work of DFAT over the last 10 years, 20 years shows that we can make change happen. We can integrate gender equality more effectively. A lot of people I know have been focusing on the domestic context in Australia, and I think that's about putting our money where our mouth is and recognising that we've got to do better first before we can tell others what to do.
Yep.
True. All right. Well, thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I'm not sure that you have been, but if there's any additional information that you can provide or you want to add to any of your answers, if you can send it to the Secretariat by the 26th of Jan, it would be appreciated. And that will appear on the website as a submission to the inquiry if you do that. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee. And again, if you feel you need to make any transcription amendments to that, contact the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the chance.
Now, we were going to have a break, but Shane, do you want us to keep going?
No, just give us a break for about 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, because we've got some of the witnesses here, but 5 minutes? All right.
I don't want to stress my leg.
but we may have a quorum problem later on, and so I'm going to try and get through the day's hearing. So,
Yeah, we don't control the flights. We just got to get the flights when you do get them.
Yes.
Fair enough.
I understand.
Okay. As soon as Hansard is ready, we'll kick off. Hansard is ready. I now welcome representatives from the National Foundation. Sorry, I've got the wrong page. So the subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as the national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Council for International Development, DT Global, and the International Development Contractors Community to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee? Let's go first. I'll leave it for you guys. Perhaps start from my left. Yep.
Good morning, I'm Rosalind Dundas. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director, the Australian Council for International Development.
Lisa Tadros, Senior Policy Advisor, Australian Council for International Development.
Thank you.
Melissa Collins, JC Practice Lead for DT Global Asia Pacific.
Aaron Anderson, Technical Director for Cowater International and Member Representative from the International Development Contractors Community.
Thank you.
And Nathan Hansford, CEO from the International Development Contractors Community.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be considered as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the Committee, Claire Clutterham, Member for Sturt in South Australia, Shane Newman, Member for Blair in Queensland, and Senator Lisa Darmanin may be with us for the next 20 minutes or so, but then she'll have to go, I understand. I now invite you to make an opening statement if you would like. If you can keep it brief, that'll give us a chance to ask questions given the time frame we're trying to work within.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide evidence to you today. ACFID's submission reaffirms much of the evidence that you have already heard during the inquiry, that gender equality is not a nice to have, but essential to national and economic security. Evidence shows that advancing gender equality strengthens social cohesion, national capability, economic performance and regional stability. ACFID is the peak body representing Australian agencies engaged in international development and humanitarian action. Our 155 members, our member organisations, range from small volunteer-led NGOs to large organisations, some of which have provided evidence already to this inquiry. And it is through our members' work that we have seen the impact that Australian NGOs and their partners are having in the Pacific and beyond. From women in Vanuatu leading climate resilience programs and protecting food security, to programming that gives women access to formal financial services and tools to end the cycle of poverty in places like Indonesia. And we know that if we do not continue to work towards gender equality, we will fall backwards. A recent Lowy Institute policy brief clearly illustrated deterioration in conditions for women and girls in core sectors most dependent on targeted life-saving aid is upon us, including plateauing rates of extreme poverty, regression in access to sexual and reproductive health, and elevated risk of conflict-related sexual violence and child marriage. I'll now pass to Lisa to discuss some of our key recommendations.
Following consultation among ACFID members, our submission makes 6 recommendations, but today I'll highlight 3. First, as you've heard throughout the inquiry, the rise of the anti-rights agenda, misinformation and regressive policy decisions are threatening the rights of women and LGBTQIA+ people. Australia should use all diplomatic tools to address the anti-rights movement. This should include increased support for women's rights organisations to participate in multilateral forums and resourcing for a diplomatic and civil society response. Second, as conflict and violence rise globally, women and girls are more likely to be displaced, pushed out of school or work, lose access to healthcare, and face sexual violence. Despite progress on the Women, Peace and Security agenda, Australia's second National Action Plan requires further strengthening in policy coherence and accountability, with greater emphasis on prevention and post-conflict response. Although women are central to peace building, they remain underrepresented in formal processes, despite evidence that their inclusion leads to more effective and lasting outcomes. Lastly, we recommend Australia reorient its development program towards sustained investment in NGOs and civil society organisations. Australian NGOs in particular hold partnerships with local organisations that often span decades and play a vital role in advancing gender equality. They are deeply embedded in communities, and much of the programming that ANGOs already deliver in the Indo-Pacific and beyond address drivers such as economic pressure, environmental stress, weak governance, social exclusion, and harmful gender norms. Our submission put forward ideas for these investments. Thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment before we go to the discussion? No?
Do you want to introduce yourselves, and we'll introduce
Yeah,
ourselves as well?
is that okay if I do
Sure.
want to speak? Yep, so thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of DT Global. Our written submission draws on DT Global's experience in implementing Australian development, governance and economic growth programs across the Pacific, and Indo-Pacific, sorry. Our core message today is simple. Gender equality is not only a social policy issue, it's increasingly a national security, economic security and regional resilience issue for Australia. The evidence internationally and from Australia's own programming is increasingly clear. Countries with stronger gender equality and more inclusive institutions tend to be more stable, more economically resilient, less vulnerable to conflict and better able to withstand climate, economic and social shocks. For Australia, that matters because our economic prosperity and national security are deeply interconnected with the resilience and stability of the Indo-Pacific region. We see this practically through Australian-funded ODA programs. One strong example is Australia's support through the Australia-Indonesia Partnership for Justice. Through that long-standing partnership, Australia has supported justice sector reform, women's leadership within the judiciary and implementation efforts linked to Indonesia's Sexual Crimes Act. Importantly, this work is not simply about legal reform in isolation. Trusted justice institutions are foundational to democratic resilience, institutional legitimacy and social cohesion. When communities lose confidence in justice systems, particularly around violence, protection and accountability, they can contribute to broader instability and distrust in state institutions. Through AIPJ, Australia has supported work across multiple levels simultaneously, strengthening legal frameworks, supporting institutional capability, improving survivor-centred responses and strengthening women's leadership within justice institutions. From Australia's perspective, stronger rule of law and trusted institutions in Indonesia contribute directly to regional stability, democratic resilience and cooperation on shared security challenges, including transnational crime, governance fragility and violent extremism. We also see the economic security dimensions very clearly. So through Farmer Plus in the Pacific, the family farm team's approach has demonstrated that when women participate more equally in household economic decision-making, communities become more resilient. Across Pacific farming communities, the program has strengthened joint planning, increased productivity, improved food security, diversified household incomes and supported significant savings. Those outcomes matter strategically because Australia increasingly relies on resilient Pacific economies and labour mobility partnerships to support our economic and food security alongside regional connectivity and stability. We also see how inclusive governance strengthens institutional legitimacy and social cohesion through Balance of Power program under Pacific Women Lead. Support for reforms to Fiji's Great Council of Chiefs have helped strengthen women's participation in traditional governance structures by adopting a balanced approach, which means 1 in 3 members of the council will now be women. These inclusive institutions are more trusted, more representative and better able to manage tensions before they escalate into instability. So across all of these examples, and the ones we'll bring you further as we discuss today, I think there's a consistent lesson that resilience and stability are strongest when programs work simultaneously across institutions, economic participation, community leadership and social norms. And I think this inquiry presents a really important opportunity to recognise that gender equality is not an add-on to foreign policy or security policy, but it's a part of the upstream work that we need to do to strengthen resilience, reduce fragility and support stable, prosperous Indo-Pacific, which is fundamentally in our national interests. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you.
Chair, I'll be very quick. As I mentioned before, Nathan Hansford, CEO of IDCC. IDCC is the peak body that represents all the consultants and contractors that are working with the Australian Aid Program, which you probably know. Our members include companies and individuals who work and support the Australian Government and the Australian Government-funded development programs across the Indo-Pacific. The purpose of our submission really was to bring some practical implementation perspective to you, and hopefully that'll come out in our discussion today. You'll note perhaps some of the same themes that we brought up at our conflict engagement a few weeks ago come across in this submission as well. And, there's a lot of important impacts from looking at gender that sort of translates into that prevention of conflict as well. I won't go through all of our recommendations. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'm joined by Erin Anderson from Cowater International, an IDCC member, and Mia Obana, who's up on the screen as well from Elimination International, and also Mel Collins, who is from DT Global, which is also an IDCC company. So I'll leave it at that, and hopefully we can engage with some important answers to the questions that no doubt you have.
Thank you. Shane, I'll go to you first, and then Lisa, because I think Lisa has to leave as well. So Shane, go.
Well, thank you very much for your effort and your evidence at the Foreign Affairs and Aid Committee as well. I'm interested. I think Nathan, it's you who we're talking about. I think it's the about discussing the Investing in Women program. And I'm interested in your thoughts about that and some more details of the impact that particular program's had. If anyone else would like to comment, that'd be great. But also, you recommended that Australian government include substantive gender provisions in trade agreements. So I'm really interested in that because that's something that hasn't really come up. So,
what you have the benefit of is that you have a whole lot of contractors in the room who are engaging on this.
Exactly.
So I think I'll probably pass. Erin, do you feel comfortable talking to...
That's why I look down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can talk a little bit about investing in women, although it's not a program I work on. I'll just check with Mia if she also, maybe I'll talk a bit and then I can throw to Mia. I know a lot about the program because I've had a lot to do with it being a sister program to another program that I worked on. One of the things that investing in women and programs like it brings to Australia's development assistance is that it's a regional program that particularly works with the private sector and bringing that connection between attracting capital and investment into gender investing. So that is a critical mechanism. Today in our world where we're facing so many complex issues, we need to bring to bear to address those issues, all of the tools that we have, the private sector tools, the statecraft tools, the security tools, the defence tools. So it's a program that brings in the private sector and it has quite a large gender investing component that plays a critical role in attracting capital, particularly to women-led entrepreneurs and businesses. Now, we know from 40 years of data that one of the biggest barriers to women's economic empowerment is actually accessing capital, whether we're talking big capital or small capital. And we see that in the startup world where, women-led startups have completely different outcomes in terms of accessing capital. The other thing that program works on is it works with a lot of private sector entities across the Asia Pacific on ensuring that they're safe and offer safe and fair employment for women in their workplaces. So it does a lot of work, I think it's with CARE as one of the partners, to work in factories in the region, looking at addressing issues of safe workplaces, workplace health and safety, and protection from sexual harassment and harassment in the workplace.
Well, so that program or any other programs any of you are running which you think are really good in this space that we could say we'll invest more in this. That's something we'd like to hear from you.
I mean, I can jump to the trade issue. So we, as Cowater International, we're a Canadian company. The Canadian government invest a lot in fair and inclusive trade because the belief is that that's better for Canada and it's better for the world. So we support a number of programs, both regional, global and bilateral programs through them that actually focus on development assistance to support trade agreements and the implementation of trade agreements to ensure that they're fair and inclusive and to ensure that everybody benefits from a trade agreement. So Australia, at the moment, our response on trade is quite separate. We don't have a lot of programs. There's PACER Plus in the Pacific, but we don't have a lot of programs that focus on a whole of government connected response to the implementation of some of our major trade agreements. So one of the things I guess I would say that I've seen significant impacts from is when trade agreements are established, many of our other donor partners from other countries, New Zealand does this well, Canada does it well, they often have a component of that trade agreement that is a development assistance component that supports the countries involved in that trade agreement and Australia to really maximise the outcomes from that trade agreement in terms of
gender equality,
in terms of First Nations and Indigenous traders, in terms of, depending on the region and the country. So we have quite a lot of projects in South America in this area, for example, and it's really looking at how everybody can benefit from a trade agreement. So, in Australia, for example, people who live, businesses that live and operate in remote areas are often disadvantaged. That's the same in many of our, partner countries. And so equitable trade agreements also look at that.
Good. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shane. Lisa, are you still with us? And if so, do you have a question? I don't hear. No.
She's back. Lisa's back.
Sorry. Wasn't quick enough to unmute. I had a question. I think the Australian Council for International Development, in your submission, you talk about simplifying compliance requirements for small and women-led organisations. So just wondering if you could talk through what some of the issues are that are presenting barriers and why, and I guess, so just talk through what are the issues in particular, and then which requirements might be problematic in particular that we could look at.
Thank you so much, Senator. Our submission looks at a couple of areas that address this question. One is in relation to how we work with civil society organisations in countries around the world through the International Development Program, and the requirements that we have to ensure reporting and that the way that the money is spent is the way that we expect it to be spent. But for very small organisations, that can be a significant burden. And when we are looking at how we can resource communities to address the problems that they identify need to be addressed, putting significant levels of governance and bureaucracy on top of them can divert funding away from the issues that actually need to be addressed. So what we're looking at is how do we work with in a locally led way with civil society organisations on the ground in ways that enable them to bring their knowledge to the fore and to address the issues that are live in their community. I think it's also a particular issue when we are looking in the area of women, peace and security, and how quite often women or other groups are left out of decision-making, of structures that exist that we might readily be looking to engage with. So how we do get into real grassroots and how we do enable voices that we wouldn't normally hear to be heard is something that we need to be really actively looking at and digging into. And we've seen some approaches that have worked through some of the funds that have been established in the work of Australian partners like IWDA, the International Women's Development Agency, who you heard from earlier in your inquiry, about the way that they are enabling locally led organisations to really do what it is that they do best.
Thank you. And in terms of the kind of role of civil society around assisting with compliance requirements, is that a way to kind of simplify what data is gathered and what bureaucracy is required? because I'm interested in, sort of balancing up compliance with, instances of fraud or how we make sure, as you say, the money kind of gets to the right places.
Yeah, and that's why when we're talking about locally led, we're talking about it as a partnership. So the ACFID Code of Conduct is something that all of our members have signed up to, and it does put significant good practice ways of working onto how it is they both deliver the funds on behalf of the Australian public, but how they work with partners in country. There's a key principle in the code of being locally led, working for inclusion and enabling sustainable change. That's already embedded into the principles of the ways we work. It's actually about how we have the funding to prioritise those ways of working, because quite often we fall into the traps of traditional ways of funding without recognising that there are a range of safeguards and good practices in place that is a little bit, that challenges in some ways some of the mainstream thinking.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Lisa. Claire, did you have any questions?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. My question is to the Australian Council for International Development. So you talked about, no country being on track to achieve gender equality. And I think one of the causes of that, or reasons given for that, was regressive policy decisions. And I just wanted to unpack that a little bit more. What does a regressive policy decision look like? And have we seen that here in Australia?
I can start on this one. Yes, please. So you would probably be quite familiar with some of the policy changes that came under the Trump administration. So the expansion of the Mexico City policy, now known as promoting human flourishing in foreign assistance, I believe. And so basically that policy saw funding cut and around sexual and reproductive health and education around sexual and reproductive health. So any of our members that were working on that were not able to get funding to be able to provide those services. So we've seen obviously a massive impact as well from global aid cuts, which we also saw last year, and the flow-on effect. In terms of domestically, I don't know, Ros, if you want to speak a little bit more about that or add to that.
I think certainly in the work that our members do and looking to overseas development, we have seen the Australian government put forward a number of quite innovative policies through the gender equality policy, delivery of things like the Gender Equality Fund. Regression comes when those words aren't backed by action or by resources. And when we see funding cuts, they most often start to reduce funding to the areas that are difficult or a bit challenging. And that might not be the intention, but it does have then a regressive effect. What we call for is if we can have long-term sustainable funding for these programs, it gives the opportunity for them to become embedded in communities and to make a real difference so that they can then thrive without the external funding. But kind of short-term funding makes it really hard to embed those principles. We do need that longer-term commitment, both at a domestic and at an international level, to work with civil society.
So acts and omissions, in other words, can be regressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I will just add to that as well, and that's our first recommendation is that important of acting on the anti-rights movement and kind of using that as more of a preventative measure before we're getting to the point where we're having to defend our policy changes. And so working with like-minded countries and also funding civil society and working together to be able to respond, have the right data and monitor the situation.
Yeah. And so here in Australia and from an Australian government perspective, so you talked about sort of an omission in the context of, well, we've got policies, but they're not, adequately funded, or the funding is short term, so it makes it difficult to sort of invest long term in initiatives. And just sort of drawing on your I guess, submission here that an omission can also be regressive. Is there something that, in particular, something specific that the Australian government has overlooked or not done through a policy lens? And you talked a little bit before about I think it was online or AI, and we've all seen the terrible effects of of that if it's not used with good intentions. But is there something specific the government hasn't done that you would say this is regressive when it comes to gender equality?
I think there are certainly ways that the Australian government can improve, in particular in the delivery of ODA, official development assistance. The OECD DAC community, so the international collaboration of donors for development, for a fixed target for gender equality, and that being at least 15% of all overseas development programs. In Australia at the moment, it's probably around 4%. So whilst we do have 80% of our investments demonstrating that they effectively address gender equality, this is actually upping that principle and making that the programs are targeting gender equality as their principal objective. We need to increase that, and that's our recommendation 3 in our submission, that we can actually go a lot stronger in that space to, as we say, embed the work that's already happening.
I mean domestically.
Well, we represent members who work internationally, so I think the other organisations that you've heard from would be a better place to answer that question.
Yeah, I think there is, I will just say briefly that I think that, for example, the social media age limit rule that had come into play, things like that. So I think Australia domestically is seeing maybe warning signs and is responding to that, but how we kind of move that into a regional perspective and make sure that the Indo-Pacific is also set up to be able to respond. But I'm not sure if any of my colleagues might.
I mean, similarly, our experience primarily is international, but I think I think there is, as you said, there's some very commendable actions that the government of Australia has taken, like putting in place the social media ban. But I think where the rubber hits the road is how it's implemented. So, and I think that's a very important space to be really proactive, because there is such a rise in the anti-rights movement online. And I hear some research the other day that something like 30% of Gen Y boys and men would actually stand up for gender inequality. They think we should return to traditional gendered roles within families, compared to something like 10% of baby boomers. So we can see an increasing shift back towards those sort of more traditional beliefs and rights and inequality. And I think the more we can do to actually take that policy and make it come to reality. I've got 2 boys at home, and they're definitely not 16, and they have had no issues accessing social media since the ban. So I think that's where perhaps Australia has the opportunity to perform better.
And Gen Y, as in millennials, I just had to look that up.
Yeah, they're even after millennials, aren't they? So it's millennial then Y.
It's 1981.
Or maybe it's the other way. So it's
1981 to 1996.
So I know. So then millennials, and what's the next one then? Delta, Alpha, I don't know, I'm too confused, I'm too old.
I just think when we're talking about that, we need to be clear about which cohort you're talking about, because there would be different strategies to deal with different.
And after, so it's the sort of 10 to 20-year-old boys particularly have got really traditional views. So the more we can take action to deal with that sort of misinformation and...
Gen Z.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I want to go to the issue of the Katala program, which I think DT Global refers
Catalyst.
to. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, or Catalyst. Firstly, can you tell me just very briefly a little bit about it?
So Catalyst, I don't work on it, but it was established to support the implementation of the Indonesia-Australia. What is it called?
ICEPA.
Yeah,
Indonesia-Australia Trade.
CEVP.
Yeah, Comprehensive Trade Agreement, basically.
Comprehensive Economic Partnership.
Yeah.
So it's based around trying to build, opportunities for two-way trade between Australia and Indonesia. So,
because my understanding is your submission says that it helped empower women and also contribute to Australia's workforce security. My real question was this: has that program, if it has achieved those outcomes, had what I would call a filtering effect to others, so that they'll look to that program and sort of say, well, look, something is working actually and it's making a difference. Maybe we should be doing similar or picking up on some of the outcomes of that.
So my understanding of what Catalyst did is they connected training organisations in Indonesia and Australia to create pathways for people to come, particularly from Indonesia, to work in aged care in Australia. So the idea was that the program would establish the pathway and establish the partnership and the training courses that give the credentials and the process, and that would become a self-sustaining partnership with the businesses that were supporting it from both ends. So they worked with some providers in Australia who facilitated the work process in Australia, and I believe it's continued beyond the program. So Catalyst has finished, but I believe it finished January 30th or something, end of last year. So I believe it's continuing.
Okay, my second question goes to, again, the comment of Fiji looking to have 30% of their parliament with women. My question is really this: is that being done because there is a genuine commitment to having 30% of the parliament women, or is it being done so that it would appear that we are doing something in order to win favour on a whole range of other things? And I say that because I can recall a presentation, and I don't recall who it was from, where it was clearly, the impression was clearly given that a lot of women who get into Parliament in this particular country are there in a tokenistic way.
I've completely acknowledge what you're saying, because I have seen many examples, particularly in the Pacific, where women in Parliament are representing their father or their husband as opposed to themselves. But in the case of the balance of power outcome that we referred to in our submission, it was about the Great Council of Chiefs, which is a traditional Italkai way of feeding into the government. And so they decided to re-establish it after, I think it's been almost 23 years or something since it was last operating as a mechanism for advising government. And so this became an opportunity because, 50% of the Fijian population weren't even born the last time the Great Council of Chiefs operated. So there was an opportunity to influence a more balanced leadership, looking at younger leaders, women leaders, etc. So what came out of that is that 1 in 3 of each district members, like chiefs that were nominated to the Great Council of Chiefs, would be women. So it was more representative. It's flowed through to Parliament, but I don't think they've established a formal quota or target yet, but it's sitting more at perhaps what like the Labor Party's got, an affirmative action to actually bring people to the table. So I think in Samoa as well, they have a temporary affirmative action to try and increase the number of women in Parliament, which is an interesting one because they've set the target at 10%. Only 10% of Samoan women are eligible for Parliament at the moment because you have to hold a traditional chiefly title, a Matai title, unless I think it's 9.4% of Matai titles in Samoa are held by women. And then if you break that down further, about 30% of them don't even live in Samoa. They hold a Matai title but live in one of the diaspora communities. So it's a very limited representation that can actually get there unless we can start to shift social norms about how they choose a Matai. It's not an automatic right of birth. It's actually awarded to people that are seen to be able to support their family and their community. But there's still 50 villages out of 350 where it is actually banned for a woman to hold a Matai title or to sit in a council. So in those contexts, I think affirmative action is really positive as long as it's accompanied by actions to shift the structural barriers that sit behind it and the social norms that legitimise those kind of structural barriers. So I think there's lots of opportunity. I don't know if I've answered your question about the Great Council of Chiefs, but
pretty good answer.
It's been very interesting what you've said.
If I may, the concerns that you raised were concerns made in the 1800s about allowing women to have the vote in Australia.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, but you know, I think.
But those arguments have been made ad nauseum over time, and we need to recognise that when we put programs in place, they make a positive difference not just for women but for communities, and to push back against this fight back is is very much a strong imperative of what we need to be doing.
Shane, did you?
I think I might have raised it with the faith-based organisations when we were talking about the ADA. And I'm interested because, you know, like every major religion, there's a broad perspective of, you know, what that... In my faith tradition, we have no problems with the ordination of women, no problems with married pastors or priests or anything like that, but in others that, you know, that they do. And there's different perspectives on, you know, liberalism, fundamentalism and theological perspectives. Dealing with in many in the Indo-Pacific region, they're very, very religious in terms of their perspectives. Some of them are often quite evangelical or fundamentalist or conservative. I'm interested in the issues, any barriers that are there, and how our ODA is dealing with that, and how getting a more gendered, equitable arrangements in their places, how difficult or challenging that may be.
I'd love to respond to this. Yeah, you can probably have a go too. I guess I'd just like to sort of highlight, I think that's an opportunity and a challenge. So I think particularly in the context of the Pacific, working through the faith-based groups is
crucial,
incredibly important. You won't have any success without it. So we've got a few examples of doing that quite strategically. So under Pacific Women Lead, for example, in Fiji, we worked with an organisation called House of Sarah. And House of Sarah do training programs with theology leaders. Yeah. And so the idea is to get messages about elimination of gender-based violence out into the pulpit, and to get them speaking about gender equality and how we should eliminate gender-based violence. And it's been hugely successful. We've used other programs. So in PNG, for example, we work quite closely through the Building Community Engagement Platform program with a coalition of churches with a similar approach to try and shift the attitudes and norms and to get that into the church curriculum, because church-based or faith-based schools are very prominent in Papua New Guinea, and trying to change it from the next generation, and also to build trusting relationships with some of the very senior leaders in the churches. So in Vanuatu, for example, we worked through what appeared to be quite transactional to start with, but we'll call it MANGO training. It's a management and administration training for NGOs. And so we provided that to the Diocese of the Anglican Church in Vanuatu, primarily because they would not speak about gender equality. You know, God is the head of the church, the man is the head of the house, so what are you talking about? And anyway, we used this MANGO training to get a trusted relationship with the Archbishop. And since then, we've actually been able to influence him. So he's speaking from the pulpit about women in leadership. Okay. But very cleverly, that particular program, Balance of Power, would never use the term women. They use things like balanced leadership, fairness for all, just representation. So it's not pushing those buttons of language can be hugely powerful. And when we start to talk about gender in that concept, we often get it's all about women, it's all about, you know, promoting somebody at the expense of somebody else, when it's actually not that at all. It's about looking at each situation and thinking who is missing out, who is the system excluding, and who's not going to benefit from this. In some cases, you know, for example, it's happening in Australia as well, but in Samoa, for example, only about 50% of boys are finishing year 12 now. So, because they think, oh, it's all right, we'll just leave school and we can go to New Zealand and Australia on a labour mobility and we don't need an education. So when you talk gender, to start with, they'll kind of close their eyes and don't want to talk to you because they've got very powerful women. But when you raise that it's actually, what about boys in school? They're like, ah. So I think it's really important to think about this as what we're considering is who is being left behind by our efforts to support people as opposed to women, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
We haven't heard from Mia at all.
She's
sitting up there.
Very nicely.
Mia, did you want to comment on anything that we've discussed so far?
No, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I had the opportunity to speak in the Victorian session, so I really am representing as co-author with Nathan for the IDCC collation of member examples. Maybe 2 points to pick up, just to return to the issue of the Fijian target of 30% representation, just to come in on the back of what Melissa said, that 30% is really held as this significant threshold whereby women are more than token or more than individual minority members in a decision-making fora and actually have the potential to coalise or connect on women's issues. So it's seen as this kind of magical representation level, actually, whereby women are less inhibited from actually connecting and putting forward policy issues that benefit women. So I just wanted to add that broader global context and understanding to the Fiji target, whether it's legislated, token, or actually resourced and enacted. And then from the very early question around investing in women, something that's worth highlighting, certainly in the international development space, is DFAT's increasing approach to the issue of the linkage between unpaid care and the burden on women, and how that's excluding them from the labour market, and then the productivity and household income resilience that flows from women's greater enfranchisement in the economy, but also from more productive and less interrupted roles. So investing in women has really worked concertedly in 4 countries of the region, so Philippines, Indonesia, for a time Myanmar and Vietnam, to work with private sector employers and really support employer policies and even facilities that can take care of, can provide childcare essentially, so that you've got a greater chance to retain women's talent and attract them into your workforces. And Australia's contending with that age-old issue as well, and it's largely described as a motherhood penalty or tax that through our unpaid care roles, and it's 3 times greater than men globally is the figure. In the Australian context, it amounts to something like 40,000 per woman of labour force and productive age. So it's real, and it's got an economic price tag that can actually translate in aggregate terms to a great economic boon if you address it. So that's all I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Claire?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Collins, for your contribution. It was very interesting. I did just want to sort of challenge this idea that, it's not all about the women when we're talking about gender equality. So obviously men have a role to play, like 100%. And that's very important that men are not excluded from the discussion. But isn't gender equality, isn't it all about women and advancing women's, levels of power that they hold in various spheres in society? And we're having this discussion for hundreds and hundreds of years because of the imbalance. Isn't it better to say, yes, actually, this is about women and we're not going to exclude men? But this idea that, we can just, people don't have to give up power and it's just all going to be, this utopia. Is that really realistic? And I give the sort of faith-based, organisations as an example. And I don't want to name a faith because I will get it wrong ultimately and be offensive. But there are some faiths where women can't be. It's just they're not at the top of the tree, right? You can't. Or in a tribal situation, you can't be a chief. So if that is the case, if men are just not going to give up on that, how do you move forward? And then how is it helpful to be saying, oh, this is about everyone? Well, it's about women, isn't it?
Primarily, I think, because historically that's how the system has worked. So I think it's really interesting. I was at Women Deliver a few weeks ago, and one of the things that consistently came up is that the system's working well for the people who develop the system. So I do think this is a really big issue, and we have to I mean, the whole point of what we're trying to do is shift power and make power, the balance of power more equal. And I think one of the things that's really interesting is even when we have a traditional cultural society where women are leaders, like a matrilineal society, there's quite a few in Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, for example. Even now with the changing culture, the men are taking control of the land, even though it's in the lady's name, her husband will tell her how it's going to be used and what's happening with it, because those rights are being normalised. So I think you're very, very right. It's about shifting power. But the space we work in, there's a legacy which has been very challenging to be effective in the way we work around women and development. And the messaging, it's become the Western gender agenda, rather than actually looking at supporting people. So it's not so much about ignoring the need to shift the power. It's about thinking about how we can work in a way that's going to be effective in those communities and those societies that we work. So language has become one of the really key sticking points for me in the Pacific. If we talk more aligned to Pacific cultures, so I mean, I'm doing a lot of work in Samoa, so I'll refer to Samoa again, but the pathway for the development of Samoa does not mention gender or women once, but it talks a lot about leaving no one behind and supporting those most vulnerable. So that's the kind of language that is working in Samoa. In the Solomon Islands, we can never use social inclusion because it aligns directly with LGBTQIA+. But gender actually works. In Papua New Guinea, we find that it's better to talk about disability and then to bring in women with disability because there's more political will to discuss those things. So it's not actually about taking away from what we're trying to do and how we're trying to shift power. It's about finding ways that we can engage in these difficult conversations with the power holders. So quite often it's just opening a door. We talk about not just an enabling environment, but an authorising environment. So really often people don't even want to have these discussions. So we use sneaky. Well, you can't quite even talk about a Trojan horse approach. So we go with something totally different and then try and
I
bring
think
it
this
back.
answer is really helpful and really interesting because I think what you're saying is, it is all about women. It is, but you can't necessarily pitch it like that if you want to have any hope of success.
Coming from that women and development, I think has really, it's almost set us back in international development in this space. I think the feminist movement has done incredible work and through solidarity and commitment. But we kind of needed another approach as a practitioner. Particularly, I don't work in the gender space very often. I work in much more difficult spaces, infrastructure, trade, governance, agriculture, but trying to build inclusive systems around those sectors. So I think I've become very creative with my language.
I wish it was 5 o'clock and not 12:30 and we could go for a bowl of wine and chicken. But that would not be right.
Oh, well, I'm from Adelaide as well, so maybe one day we'll go to each other.
Could I just add a very practical, quick example on that? So I've been lucky enough to work for about 20 years with some of the largest Muslim women's movements in Indonesia. And I've just recently finished leading a program called the Inclusive Program in Indonesia, which works in 800 villages with over 300 civil society organisations. That program's a continuation of Australia's support. And what we have learnt through, those engagements with very conservative religious and faith-based organisations is that you have to meet people where they are. So we started a very long time ago with some of the most influential Muslim clerics in Indonesia talking about some of these issues, and we met them where they were and used the language they were using at that point, which was some of this more expansive language that enabled those conversations to begin. And we started very early on talking about some of the most contentious issues. We talked about underage marriage, we talked about sexual assault and sexual violence in Indonesia, we talked about religious law and marriage and divorce and the impact that had on women's lives. And through building those relationships, now we can actually use more open language. 20 years on, things have changed. The laws have actually changed. So working with those organisations, those local organisations have changed. Underage marriage in Indonesia is now illegal. They've changed the law. They've brought in laws that outlaw sexual violence in marriage and in the workplace and more broadly in society. So over time, if you can build a relationship and build trust with those local institutions, you can work on some of the really stickiest, hardest issues. But it's about showing commitment and working with the local institutions.
Well, I thank you both for this explanation, because I have to say I've found it very helpful in terms of just understanding approaches and strategies to making improvements. In many other sessions, it hasn't jumped out with the same degree of sort of clarity, so thank you both for that.
I think, as Erin said, some of the time where we see we're getting progress is actually when the language starts to shift.
And when they start to use your language.
Yes.
Really interesting.
That's when you know you're winning.
Really, it's really good when
Thank
they do
you.
that.
I'm going to have to wrap this session up, not because it's not interesting. Like Claire, I think we could have used a bit more time for it. But thank you very much to all of you for presenting today. Again, if you've got any additional information that you feel is essential, send it through by the 26th of June and it will appear as a submission to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and again, if you feel you need to make any corrections, contact the Secretariat. With that, thank you very much, and we'll now move on to our next witness and hopefully get through with a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. We will suspend just for a minute or two while we connect with the next witness. All right. Given that we suspended, we now resume this hearing, which I'm just going to go through the correct formalities that I really should go through. The subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. And I now welcome representatives from the Chief Executive Women to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee? So, Lisa, do you want to go first?
Thank you. I'm Lisa Anise. I'm the CEO of Chief Executive Women.
Brianna?
My name is Brianna Delahunty and I'm the Manager of Policy and Research at Chief Executive Women.
Okay, for the Hansard, although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence as a serious matter may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, with me Claire Clutterham from the seat of Sturt in Adelaide. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement if you'd like, and then we'll proceed to a bit of a discussion. I will have to wrap this up at 1 o'clock at the very latest, so if you keep your statement brief, that will allow us time for more interaction. Okay.
Thank you. I'll make that opening statement for CEVAW. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. Chief Executive Women is Australia's leading network of senior women leaders. We bring together more than 1,400 women across the whole, across every industry in the economy, across business, government, academia and the community. And collectively our members lead more than 1.3 million employees and oversee over 749 billion in revenue. That gives us a practical view of what gender inequality might cost Australia, but what gender equality can unlock. Our central proposition is that gender equality is not peripheral to national security or economic security. It is foundational to both. CEW's work shows that the pace of change in leadership, for example, remains far too low. At the same time, Australian evidence is increasingly clear that when women participate fully in the economy, productivity rises, workforce capacity expands, and institutional decision-making improve. Indeed, in organisations where there is gender equality in leadership, those organisations are safer organisations for all employees. The Australian government's international gender equality strategy puts it plainly that gender equality is a necessary foundation for peace, prosperity and stability. Australian economic analysis also shows the scale of the opportunity. Deloitte Access Economics has estimated that advancing gender equity could add materially to national output, while the costs of violence against women already run into tens of billions of dollars every year. So this is not only a fairness issue, it's a question of resilience, productivity and national capability. There is also a growing body of Australian research showing that misogyny should not be treated as a side issue in security policy. Research from the University of Melbourne found that misogynistic attitudes are a significant predictor of support for violent extremism. Other Australian studies have shown that misogynistic incel ideology has been linked to attacks and disrupted plots across Western countries. Taken together, that tells us that gender inequality and gender-based violence are not separate from our security settings, they are part of them. Australia has an opportunity to lead by embedding gender equality into economic policy, foreign policy, community safety and prevention frameworks, and that means treating women's leadership, economic participation and the prevention of violence against women as strategic investments in national strengths. It also means backing locally led solutions, including First Nations women's leadership, because durable security depends on who has voice, authority and power in the systems that we build. So if Australia is serious about economic resilience, social cohesion and democratic stability, gender equality must be treated as core national infrastructure and not as an add-on. Thank you so much.
Lisa, thanks for that opening statement. And I'm going to go straight into a question about Indigenous women or First Nations women's, which you refer to in your submission. And this is more an observation, but I'm happy to be corrected or at least given a bigger perspective from you from what I see. From my experience here in Australia, I believe that the Indigenous people of this country have actually done pretty well with women in their own in leadership positions within their own communities. And I say that from the point of view that I have worked with a number of Indigenous communities over the years where, in fact, the leadership people that I was speaking to were women. And I say that as a compliment to the Indigenous people that was the case. Firstly, my question then, therefore, to you really is this. Why did the Indigenous people of Australia have a culture whereby women did have a stronger leadership role? And secondly, do you believe that we still need to do a lot more with the Indigenous people of this world in respect to the women having leadership roles? And I'll finish with this observation. Even in this parliament, the number of Indigenous representatives is perhaps a majority of women. So I'll leave that for you to comment on whether I'm seeing things wrongly and am I missing something?
No, thank you for your reflections. I'd say at the outset that CEWA is not an Indigenous organisation. So we do have members who are First Nations women. Indeed, 1.9% of our members are First Nations women and 1.5% are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, and a further 0.4% are First Nations but from other jurisdictions. But we certainly are not an Indigenous-led organisation. What we're advocating for is that solutions designed and led by women in communities that affect them should be done locally and within those communities. And so that self-determination piece has to be part of any gender equality solution, that we treat communities and embed in them their right to determine the action, because the people at the grassroots are not only closer to any issues, but they are closer to the solutions as well. And that's essentially our position. I mean, in terms of why First Nations structures result in, the First Nations communities are obviously designed around kinship structures, which is different to Western structures. But I couldn't comment on why that may or may not have led to leadership being in a particular way, other than, again, as an outsider observation, there is deference to wisdom and experience in elders, and there are particular roles that elders play within their community which are well regarded and respected. But beyond that, as an outsider, I can't really make a comment, and we're not a First Nations organisation either.
No, and I appreciate that. And so my question was really, am I misreading what I'm seeing? And if I can just close with this example, and then I'll hand over to Claire. Even in this parliament, in this building, when we have major events, there is always an Indigenous welcome. More often than not, it's a woman that's doing the welcome, which I think's really good. So, but it just highlights to me that there's something about their culture that is very different to many of the other cultures I see. But anyway, Claire, did you have a question?
I have three, if we have time. First of all, thank you both for being here. Lisa, my cousin Jane is actually a part of Chief Executive Women and has done a couple of programs through your organisation. She speaks very, very highly of the organisation, so hats off to you. I just wanted to talk about gender equality in the boardroom, just given the nature of your organisation and your membership base. Are you seeing in the context of targets and quotas, which they do exist, and I think they have existed out of necessity in some sectors of the economy, are you seeing amongst your membership base sort of negativity being experienced by women who may have been appointed to a board with a target or a quota. And by negativity, I mean like, oh, she only got it because,
the pushback and the backlash. I mean, I would say that Australian organisations don't technically have kind of mandated quotas in the way that they've operated in other jurisdictions, and that there are punitive measures, but certainly lots have had targets around it or targets with accountability. I think the board question is different to the executive leadership question. There's been more success, especially with ASX boards, because the appointments are so public. And there's been a lot of work done by companies like the AICD and other organisations that are especially focused on boards. And of course, we've had corporate governance principles with the ASX for some time, which have asked listed companies to have a particular focus on that. And I think it's at around 30% on average across listed company boards, certainly for the 100. The interesting thing is not so much what we know is that you need a critical mass of women to change culture in any kind of setting, so a boardroom or an executive team, because you can't change culture to make the institution safer unless you have at least 25 to 30% of women there. And so that 40-40-20 target, which is an AICD target, has been an aspiration for some boards. The commentary there's been a few things to point out. One, there's very few of those boards actually have women as their chairs. So whilst there's been progress on appointing at the board level, they tend to be as ordinary directors and not as chairs. The second thing is the comment that there are not as many women because they get appointed to multiple boards. And so there's an illusion that there are more women there than what there actually are, if you look at it in terms of whole numbers. But the third thing is that I think when you're the first in any cohort to break a barrier down, then those questions around merit are always there. Indeed, CEVAW put out a piece of work on the myth of merit a long time ago. I think that the experience of some CEVAW members has certainly been that they have experienced that pushback and backlash, that they have felt that they have needed to be additionally meritorious, and that they've had their credibility and qualifications interrogated more than men would have been. And we've see them with other appointments that have been made to institutions in Australia, like the Productivity Commission and the Reserve Bank, for example, where women have been successful. So I think that the more women we have in those, we start to accept as normal. We realise the research is really clear. Merit is dispersed evenly across every population group. It depends on how you define merit. We know that boards do better when you have diversity of thinking, when people approach problems in different ways. If you have everyone with a similar life experience and a similar professional experience, you don't do the fundamental job of a board, which is to manage risk, because you can't identify patterns and risks in the same way as you would if you had diverse perspectives analysing problems. So I think the business case is really clear for what's important, but it's certainly true that some women have experienced backlash and pushback. And actually what's interesting is to know that whilst that was in decline, it has started to increase again. And that's anecdotal feedback that I've received. But certainly there is more freedom to speak up, that we can now not talk about gender equality with any respect anymore, because it's been signalled to some people that it's okay to speak more plainly about their real feelings. I think it looks different in executive teams. So the data that we track executive teams in the ASX 300 every year, what we've found is that only 10% of CEOs are men. So most CEOs who hold power in Australia are still men. There's a massive gender divide between who holds institutional power and who doesn't. Executive teams, while some organisations have made good progress, we still have many, 30% of ASX 200 organisations that have no women in their pipeline. And I think 18% of ASX 200 that have no women on their executive team at all. So there still is a long way to go. I think that when you look at the data, it doesn't reflect the talent at entry level. It doesn't reflect the quality of candidates, people graduating from university, and it doesn't reflect the broad talent that women are bringing across every industry. So there are barriers, and so we need to stay focused and maintain the momentum, because gender equity in leadership, whether that's in politics, whether that's in business, whether that's in the community, delivers better outcomes for organisations and for communities. And we know from workplace gender equality data that you are less likely to experience unsafe practices, including workplace health and safety accidents, if you have gender-balanced teams. The psychology behind that is really interesting as to why that happens. But if we're striving for safe, secure workplaces, then gender equality is a known method of getting there. So it's not even about the individual women who make it into leadership, it's about the impact of gender equal decision making.
Yeah, and I think your observation about the executive teams and C-suite is right. My experience in the private sector was if you did have women at that level, they were often in executive roles in the fields of people and culture and legal. So your general counsel will be a woman, your head of people and culture will be a woman, but those sort of line operational exec management roles were still being predominantly held by men, and that is where the strategy and direction of the company is directed from. My second question was about and this is not reflecting my experience. I've only ever had wonderfully supportive women sponsors, mentors and bosses in my career. But there's been some suggestion that the push for gender equality in the boardroom and the C-suite is being held back by women themselves in some cases who have reached, a position and there's only one or two in the room, and this is obviously a huge achievement, and they want to keep it that way. So women don't want to help other women because to be that first woman in the room is such a big thing that you don't want to give it up. Do you see that at all?
I think it's a really interesting comment. I've heard it many times. I'd say a few things about that. Firstly, that these roles are really competitive for women, but also for men. Mm-hmm. Most men don't get them either, and there's fierce competition for those roles as well. We're dealing with highly ambitious, highly competitive people when we're talking about the boardrooms of listed companies. And I think we're buying into a trope about, like a sexist trope, that just because you're a woman, you must have altruistic behaviours. And actually, what the reality is that the whole spectrum of human behaviours is evident in men and women. And in leadership, there are women who are highly competitive, just like there are men who are highly competitive. The difference is that when women display highly competitive behaviours, there's a reaction to it. And the reaction is that they're behaving in a way outside the stereotype for their gender. So therefore, let's call that out. But we don't call out highly competitive behaviours from men. We see that as the rough and tumble of male ambition, and we accept it. So I would challenge the idea that women need to temper their competitive and ambitious behaviour because they're competing with men. And so you need to have those attributes to even have a stake in the game. The other thing I would say about that is that I've actually found enormous generosity, generally speaking, amongst women leaders. And CEWW is a extraordinary community. It's actually globally a really unique organisation, and there isn't a like organisation not set up in the way we are for men. I mean, it might happen informally, But CEVAW is an organisation where the most powerful women in the country, including all those women that you know about who run ASX companies and all those women who are those non-executive directors on those boards, paying it forward for other women coming through, supporting, sitting on scholarship panels. We fund women scholars to go to Oxford and Harvard and INSEAD, to work on committees with us on public advocacy, to donate their time. So actually I would say that even though I find it interesting that women get criticised when they exhibit competitive behaviour, that actually even those women who are highly competitive, I have found in my experience running CEVAW that they are very generous when it comes to building the pipeline of future women talent.
I think that was a really helpful answer. I'm glad that that's on the record. I would also sort of make this suggestion that, this notion that men are competitive, so women have to be competitive and display the same traits as men. I would challenge that and just say that competitiveness and ambition is a human trait, and whether you're a man or a woman, you're going to go for it.
From human traits. And if you map out the psychological attributes of humans, what you'll find is actually most men and women aren't that different. The differences are in the narrow margins at the end. Like more men are more likely to have antisocial behavioural traits compared to women, which is why you have a lot more men in prison than you have women. Women are more likely as a cohort, as a group, to exhibit collaborative, supportive behaviour. Having said that, everyone's an individual, and across that spectrum you will have highly competitive men, highly competitive women. Both men and women can exhibit aggression. Both men and women can exhibit nurturing, caring qualities. And actually, one of the challenges we have as a society is how do we support young men from ensuring that their lives can support those nurturing, caring elements that are so vital to their well-being and play a protective role in them being radicalised online. I think that new research from I think it's Plan International around the gender compass shows elements that are protective factors that stop young men getting radicalised online, which is these nurturing relationships with parents. So I think we have to understand that actually we have more that unites us as humans across the spectrum of behaviours. And we've got to be very careful when we make comments about all women or all men as owning particular traits, because actually the spectrum is present across human beings in various degrees depending on the human.
Yeah, and it's just how we so often react to that spectrum by applying a gendered lens. So a man who is caring and picks up his kids from school is a super dad. A woman who picks up her kids from school is just picking up her kids from school.
But the interesting thing about, so we talked a bit about women being punished for behaving in a way outside the stereotype for their gender. The same thing happens to men, but the punishment doesn't happen at work. It happens. Their very masculinity gets questioned when they start displaying, traditionally feminized traits. So it's that stereotyping is problematic for all genders, and we should be working towards a situation where women and men both have the freedom to organise their lives and build their potential in meaningful ways that allow them to participate at work, but also allow them to be present and be able to build their families outside of work.
Yeah. Look, Chair, I think we have another wine and cheese situation here where we could continue this discussion for hours, but we are
running out of time.
Thank you, Lisa.
Pleasure.
Lisa, I'm going to wrap up just with this question, and I can only draw my observations on what I see on television and in movies because I don't live in other countries. But in the rest of the Western world, it seems to me that Australia would be very similar to most other countries in terms of both opportunities and barriers for women. How would you rate Australia's ranking in the Western world in terms of opportunities and barriers for women?
I mean, we have a measure, the OECD measure of gender equality. I think we're at 13. Bree can correct me on the ranking.
Yes, we've moved from 48 in 2022 to 13, and that's the WEF gender equality ranking.
To 13.
So we do have a measure across developed countries.
Yep.
I think it's interesting. You can draw some comparisons, but there are some things that are unique in Australia. One of the big uniquely Australian observations about how we organise labour is this huge division between feminised industries and masculine industries, which is much more pronounced in Australia than in other Western countries. And it presents unique challenges for us because we tend to find we undervalue and underpay feminised industries compared to male-dominated industries. So that is an interesting observation. And of course, the way the economy is structured responds directly to laws and infrastructure imposed by regulators and governments. So we're starting to see a bit of movement, for example, given that we now have government-funded parental leave, in men taking parental leave. And if we were to compare Australian men to Nordic men, we would say, well, they don't take anywhere near as much parental leave. But if we were to compare them to American men, we would say they take a lot. So the legislative environment shapes the behaviours of families. And I'm really excited by the prospect that we are continuing to move in a direction that supports a universal access to parental leave so that both men and women can engage meaningfully with that. So we could look at different aspects of it. And yes, there are similarities, but there are unique attributes as well.
Thank you very much for that. I've reached the point where I'm going to have to wrap this up. So thank you for appearing before the committee. You haven't been asked for any additional information, but if there's anything urgent that you think you want to forward to us, please do so by the 26th of June of this year. And you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee. And again, if you feel you need to make any transcription changes to that, then again, contact the Secretariat. And if you do send any stuff to the committee, then it will appear as a submission to the inquiry, so it'll be on public record. With that, once again, thank you, both of you, for appearing before the committee, and I now declare this public hearing closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.